grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack,
Hello, 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 everybody. How you doing? Hello, Bob the Kang. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Ocean Forest. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Lily Love Stuff. Hello, Punky Gal. Glad to hear you had a good time last night. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, hello, hello. Competing with Mini Minute Man, I would never compete with him. Not on your life. Hello, the Ukrainian. Hello, Dragonfly. Let me just tweet out the stream. The third party, I'm gonna sneeze. Debate and watching Michael Knowles. I need to capitalize Michael Knowles get wrecked and more. Oh no! I didn't tweet out. Oh god! I can only edit with premium. Is this when I subscribe to Twitter? No. Delete post. Delete. Delete. Okay. Trying this again. Whew. Get in the boat. Twitch. YouTube. And riverboat.gg. There we go. We did it. We nailed it. We doing it live. Okay, cool. Wait a minute. Twitter's being dumb. Get out of here, Twitter. Go. There we go. Nailed it. Posting. Boom. Done. Love the jacket. Thank you. I am wearing some Riverboat Jack merch. It's a little bit too small for my upper half, but I think it still works. I think I'm still making it work. Thank you for not doing the Rogan Trump interview. Yeah, I mean, what? It's just gonna be two idiots slapping at each other. Back in the analog horror room of Too Many Doors. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Rare Sunday stream. Also, I'm very much heartened by some of the polling I'm seeing coming out of Montana. It looks like John Tester has narrowed things a bit. He's been able to close a bit of the gap, and currently he's only down by about 3%, which does give him a fighting chance to maintain his seat in Montana. So please, please, please spread far and wide that story of Tim Sheehy lying about being wounded in Afghanistan to try and cover up that he accidentally shot himself like a moron. And also, is a virulent racist against a sizable portion of the Montana population. God damn. What? Lamau no shot? Yep. No, story. We did a segment on it not too long ago, and yeah, he lied about being shot in Afghanistan. I think he was actually shot in Afghanistan and got Purple Hearts for it, which is why no one questioned his story. But the particular injury that he was saying he got shot in Afghanistan for, it turns out that a park ranger has come forward to say that actually, no, he shot himself in Glacier National Park, and I remember it because I remember that day, and I remember finding him, and here's all the paperwork for it. So he's revealed to be a liar. He's revealed to be stealing valor from people who actually got wounded. And his cover story is that essentially he lied. He lied about. He actually did get shot in Afghanistan, but he lied about it, and then multiple years later faked accidentally shooting himself in order to cover up potential friendly fire incident that happened. So it's very bizarre. There's no world in which that makes sense. You got back from Afghanistan and decided multiple years after the fact, after no one had asked any questions, to fake a gunshot injury. Nah. And also the hospital saw it. It's not like the people who saw you get shot, or who saw you shot, were just oh, well, an injury from 3 years ago, an injury from today, we can't tell. We're just doctors. I appreciate your map making skills, Lizzie Nepon. I'm not sure I follow. He also is apparently lying about his reason for retiring from the Navy. Oh, well, what? Why does Tim Sheehy say he was discharged? Let's see. The heavily redacted 2-page document obtained by NBC News indicates that Sheehy voluntarily resigned his commission and does not list any medical condition that forced him out of uniform, according to a review of the document and a current and former U.S. official familiar with the details of his separation. And he said he was discharged from the military for medical reasons because of injuries he sustained on duty, but that's not listed in his paperwork. He also said that in his memoir that was published last year, so he's just lying by his own account. Huh. Okay, in response to NBC News, his campaign doubled down and said that he was declared medically unfit to continue to serve as a Navy SEAL in 2014, and then worked in the Naval Reserve until his honorable discharge in 2019. Yeah, they didn't address why there's a discrepancy. Crazy stuff. Can we promise not to talk about the Trump rally today? Why? How bad was it? It's bad stuff. It's full of Nazi stuff. I mean, I feel like I kind of have an obligation to. It's a Nazi rally, like openly saying this is a Nazi rally, almost those exact words. Jesus. Can you get me a link? We're not going to cover that to begin with, but we'll get there. Thanks, GamerG. Oh, also, apparently a conservative found that live stream I did where I was like, metaphor ReFantazio is political, and then like had 20 question marks. And they unironically left a comment on that video saying, metaphor's wokeness is really bad, actually. Actually, I need to do a voice. Metaphor's wokeness is really bad, actually. The prince is a little trans boy. He looks like a little girl and wears a choker and lights under his dress.
Everything you do, love. I am a trans girl who recently found your content and have been binging heavily. Have a wonderful stream.
Well, Vivian can read. Thank you very much for the $5 dono, and I'm glad I'm producing something that you find worth your time. I really appreciate it. But I must continue. The prince looks like a little girl and wears a choker and lights under his dress. The main character looks like a woman, but has a man's voice. And Protag and the prince are ambiguously homosexual and in a relationship. There's controversy around metaphor if you look into it. The localizer's under fire for woking the text. They don't use the word race, as all the different races are referred to as tribes. They remove the concept of race by removing the word. Most of the men look like women. You really need to look into metaphor. I think it's flying under the radar because of the genre. Stop. You don't have to sell me on it. A game full of very beautiful twinks and femboys? Oh no. Why? Put me in, coach. Incredible stuff. Incredible. Like, I you know what? I need to do like more streams that have like conservative leaning titles, because I want to attract some of these people to make fun of them, because it's very funny.
Across our border.
All right. Throwing that on the agenda. Thank you. Whew, all right. Are we sure that was a conservative commentary or from a PR department? Because just sold me. Exactly, right? Metaphor ReFantazio is an excellent game about a bunch of queer people transcending like racial animus and overthrowing an oppressive hierarchy, and I think that's wonderful. I think it really has a lesson for the ages there. Whew. All right. I think it was you who brought up Power Wash Simulator a few streams ago, and now I'm addicted. It's a really good game. Reminder that race is a social construct? Yeah. So is racial hierarchy? Literally following 3 streams right now? Damn, Daniel. I don't even like androgynous character designs. Link from Zelda games is far too femboy for my tastes, and yet I don't make political rants because I realize I'm not the sole audience. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, Link is deliberately androgynous, so that, like, because the creators of Ocarina of Time, which kind of, like, created that visualization of him, really wanted both boys and girls to be able to identify with the heroism, you know? And I think that's great. Let's see. Okay. So we have approximately 20 minutes left of the free and equal 2024 presidential debate, the third party debate. So we have not that much left, and I need to press a button to add a marker. There we go. We did it. We did it. I pressed the button. It's harder to do it over here, but I can still do it. Okay. So the free and equal 2024 presidential debate has turned out to be a much longer content endeavor than I ever intended it to be. I thought we could maybe watch like 20 or 30 minutes of it and then just be like, okay, we got our fill. But really every 5 minutes or so, there's just something new that happens, some funny gaffe that takes place, or technological snafu, or just inexplicable musical number. So it is really, it's pretty incredible. And I feel like I owe it to all of you and to myself to finish this journey, okay? So let's take a look here. We're diving back in once more unto the breach, my friends.
Now let's welcome to the stage founder of Nexus.io, Colin Cantrell.
Hey, everybody. Can you
What?
hear me? All right, so starting this speech, I kind of been contemplating how I would start it, and I guess I'll start it with this. I've been all around the world. I've met people from
Why is he giving this speech in the dark?
impoverished to world leaders to business people, and one thing I've noticed is that the people know, right? America was founded on that belief that the people together.
Why is there a speech, and why, like, we're in the middle of a debate. Why is there a speech, and why can't they turn a light on?
Create something much better than the people apart. If you take a jar of jelly beans and take 100 people and guess how many jelly beans are in that jar and average it, it's always within a 2% accuracy. So
What?
collective understanding shows all of the sides. Now, we're at a critical point right now as humanity, right? We're seeing this cultural war, we're seeing genocide, we're seeing the brinks of World War III.
Man,
we're
Doug.
seeing this massive division in the United States. And this division is really driven by mistrust
It's a classic film technique to show he's evil.
of the other party, right? The left thinks that the right is manipulating elections, and the right thinks the left is manipulating elections. And we really need to bridge that, because divided we fall, united we stand. So together, right, we can bridge this trust through developing new technological systems that create foolproof voting systems, and that's something that we.
Oh my god, this is gonna be some AI brain shit, isn't it? This is gonna be like he developed an AI that can ensure free and fair elections. Oh god.
We've been developing for the past, I don't know, 3-4 years. Christina and I actually envisioned this about 7 years ago, talking about blockchain voting.
Oh my god. Oh my god. NFT votes. Let's go. Oh, you see what I mean? We couldn't stop watching this. We couldn't stop watching this. Where else are we gonna find NFT votes? We are so cooked, man. We are so cooked. Oh god. You're peaking a good amount. I know. Look, I know. I can't help it. I have shitty audio equipment. This is the secondhand audio equipment I have over here. Okay? Like, I can't help it. Here, let me turn it down. Is that helping? Is this helping my sound? Because this is the best I could probably do.
If anybody doesn't know, a blockchain is an immutable letter that cannot be manipulated, forged, or changed. So we've developed a voting system. You can find it at vote.freeandequal.org, and we're going to be actually demonstrating it for this debate so that you can vote on the candidate that wins. And ultimately, what we're hoping to achieve is to demonstrate the use of this technology in smaller scale, but then driving this forward into the legislature to where every single vote, from congressmen to...
I think this is a very bad idea. This is in fact a very bad idea. Let's just cryptocurrency our voting process. He wants to bring this to legislatures in order for them to pass this as like a default voting mechanism. That's crazy, dog.
The local elections to even the delegates will have an
Vote
auditable
coin?
trail.
Yeah.
Any person will be able to audit the voting trail. Any person will also be able to guarantee that their vote was counted, and they can resubmit those results. So this is a technology that we've been developing, and we're going to continue.
Like, just on the face of it, I don't trust this concept, but I also very much trust a lot of the tech people who watch my show and comment in the chat. And when I see Salmon Moose goes, "No, we've explored blockchain voting, it doesn't work," I believe her.
To develop it. Again, it's at vote.
Blockchain does not imply cryptocurrency. I know. But let's be real here. I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw him, which is not very far.
freeandequal.org, and our aim here is to really bridge.
Yeah,
that
let's get
mistrust by
Doge
creating a
votes.
verifiable, auditable trail. One of the philosophies of blockchain and decentralization is trust but verify, and that's something that I do believe will help bridge that mistrust between the left and the right, and even in the center, to hopefully be able to harness the power of the people. And I do believe, from talking to all the people, if people were truly in control, the world would be a much, much better place. I've seen too many fancy dinners and too many people standing.
Equinox, thank you for the $2 super chat, and I have peeped RM Brown's channel. I was actually earlier today watching his collaboration with Radical Reviewer, which is another channel you guys should check out.
Thinking they know everything, but the people are the ones that know. The people are the true value of a country. And hopefully, as we drive it here in the United States, this can also drive that to other places, because this is a rampant issue in all countries of the world. And everybody's scared that their voice will not be heard. So, as Free and Equal says, equal voices, equal choices. That's what we're here to do, and we're building technology to make that possible. So go to vote.freeandequal.org after this debate, and you'll be able to vote on the candidate that you think won, and this will be one more step towards driving this into Congress and getting this passed for federal elections.
Why didn't they light him that entire time? They turned lights back on over here. These people are all lit up. Yeah, no, one of the main issues here is that, like, you have a digital trail, but you don't have a digital trail that links you back to any specific person, you know, or in a way that couldn't have just been forged, you know, like it's a vulnerable mechanism when you just digitize the entire voting process. Now, can you? Sure, but then you actually have to invest in, like, cybersecurity and all kinds of stuff. It gets a little wacky, but, like, I don't think blockchain's it, fam.
Thank you. We're going to go with our final question tonight, beginning with Randall. 1 minute response. What is the significance of each of you getting at least 5% of the national vote? And in how many states would 1 to 5% of the state vote allow your party to gain or maintain? Also,
let's be very clear here. Like, why do we need blockchain voting? Our elections are already, like, 99.9% repeating. 99.9 repeating percent secure. Like, there's no reason for us to actually adopt this.
Maintain ballot access. Randall.
Could you say the question again? I'm sorry, I was distracted by the teleprompter. My bad.
What is the significance of each of you getting at least 5% of the national vote? And in how many states would 1 to 5% of the state vote allow your party to gain or maintain access? Randall.
There has to be some mechanism in place to determine ballot access. I get that. Tennessee is 275 signatures. New Jersey is 800 signatures. New York and California are insurmountable. So the question is, should we pass a federal law that supersedes state law and tells...
Wait, like getting 800 signatures is a lot, but like if you're running for an office in New York, yeah, you should be able to organize a ground game that can get you to that barrier, actually. Like, you need to have that kind of political power to even have a shot at winning votes. So like, if you can't make it over that hurdle, like run a write-in campaign.
Tells people how many votes they have to get in order to maintain permanent ballot access.
Ooh, Paladin Lost wrote me a little essay here. The major issue with blockchain voting, aside from the expense and complication, would be the lack of ability to recount when the votes are counted, they're counted. Also, if you lose your voting ID number, which would be, I guess, assigned to you for the blockchain, you would have real issues trying to get access to vote again. And you'd have the same issues with direct impersonation that she would have under any system. So the thing that people are most paranoid about wouldn't get fixed anyway, and the things that people aren't paranoid about would just become needlessly complicated. Yeah, that sounds about right to me.
Access. And it's a discussion and it's a debate worth having. What part of me does not want is for there to be 100 people on the ballot, 200 people on the ballot. In other words, ballot access becomes so easy that it becomes like crazy town. But maybe I would...
You know, and he's been to crazy town. He's lived there for the last 20 years.
Take that over the stranglehold that the two-party system has on us. So I would love to see 1% or 2% vote for me, but frankly, I would rather that they voted to not, or that they only vote for me if they
Lady
don't
Nova.
vote for Kamala.
All right, Jill.
So I'll just comment that our system of ballot access is nuts. It doesn't make any sense. It is intended to prevent...
Well, it's nuts because each state has different requirements for ballot access, which, like, is frustrating, but they have the legal right to do that. And the other component of this is that it is nuts, but any kind of like political change was always going to require doing and being able to feel the ground game that can account for nuts requirements. Like it's this is like unionizing people at a company being like, oh man, the bosses don't play fair, and it's like, yeah, no shit, they were never going to play fair. They have a vested interest in not playing fair. You gotta overcome that with mobilization.
Competition from being on the ballot. In the early 1900s, it was common for third parties, alternative parties, to be on the ballot and for voters to have choices. Those choices were essentially eliminated by changes in these ballot access laws. They are different in every state, and they are constantly changing. So I could never answer your question, Christina, about which states will allow your ballot access to be continued by getting between 1% and 5%. God knows, it would take a lot of research to go find that out. The system is designed in order to destroy competition. This is extremely undemocratic. We need some kind of reasonable ballot access, and it should apply across the board, because right now you have the political elites that are grandfathered in. But
I mean, like, if you're gonna take a shot at like one thing to like change about our political system, to like break the two-party duopoly or like change how voting works, get ranked choice voting. That is an attainable goal in every single state in the United States. But the fact that that doesn't get focused on is insane to me when we're talking about third parties.
The choices of everyday people are basically grandfathered out. So.
Chase.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, our political system is...
I see Midweek Gold watched the Veritasium video about about the way voting breaks down by method. I see. No one knows what the star voting method is, but I think that falls under the category of ranked choice voting.
Is totally rigged in favor of the two-party system, and 5% would be a game changer because in many states 5% would get you automatic ballot access or major party status in those states. And those are certainly key victories that we're looking for in my campaign across the country. Whether we win or we lose on November the 5th, we can win as the Libertarian Party if we vote Libertarian enough states to get the numbers we need. I'm telling you right now, if you live in a safe red state or a safe blue state, your vote is not being well invested voting for a Republican or a Democrat. Vote outside of that system. Express your disgust with that system and vote for an alternative party, whichever one you think is best for you. And I tell you right now, if we all did that, we would see more returns for alternative parties, we would see growth in the political process, and we would see a greater spectrum of opinion. Do not take your vote for granted if you live in a state where it's not even going to be counted if you vote for the red or the blue. Vote differently, and even if you vote in a swing state, make it hurt for the two-party system.
Like, this is ultimately it, right? Like, at the end of the day, it's just make it hurt for the two-party system by voting third party. Like, that's the fundamental premise for each one of these parties. But, like, it doesn't make the two-party duopoly hurt. Like, they'll just focus on uninformed, low-information voters, low-propensity voters over you. It just removes you from their calculations. That's it.
Hold them accountable and say, no more war, no more debt, we're going to vote differently. I urge you to vote Libertarian for that very reason. Thank you very much.
And now, thank you, candidates, and now to break.
Oh, God, the awkward pullaways always get me, dog.
Now let's welcome Casey Barrick performing The Siren.
Oh, boy. We about to get a jam up in here? Oh, they didn't do a sound check. They didn't do a sound check, guys. Oh. Oh no. I genuinely don't understand who this is for. Oh God. Okay. Shimp together strong. Hold, Shimp, hold. I'm but a simpleton. I really dislike this. The Shimp is taking on water. Oh my God. Oh my God, what is this? This is just a random musical interlude. Why? Look at that goon! Look at him! Look at evil Bob Ross just grinning like a madman. Oh my God. What is this? Music. I'm just taking a screenshot right now because I might want to use this for the thumbnail. Good golly. No. Stop. Stop with your flourishes. No. Please stop. Was the debate sponsored by the local guitar
and now you have 2
center?
minutes each for your closing remarks. We're there. Randall.
A tree
Oh
is
my
known by
god.
its fruit.
That was so uncool. It's ridiculous.
So I have friends who are communists, and we laugh together and eat together, and
I don't believe him. I don't believe you.
I hate communism. And I think communism is a threat to the human race, but they're my friends. And God.
Okay, so you hate everything that they believe in and stand for, and you think you think that they, by existing and propagating that, are a threat to the whole human race. But you know, you're still friends. What?
God forbid that we fail to make that distinction.
Oh, that's true, Gamer G. That's true. This guy probably thinks Democrats are all communist freaks. Okay, that would make it make sense.
About a school of thought and individuals. So it is what it is. Ideas have consequences. A tree is known by its fruit. And the American Declaration of Independence has 4 references to God in it. And those 4 references are all Judeo-Christian. They only have meaning.
No, they're not. They're specifically designed for you to not do what you're doing.
In the Judeo-Christian framework of the time, and they set out to define our liberty, our rights, praying, asking God to choose sides between the British and the Americans.
I continue bringing info about the musicians, and that guy had a GoFundMe to get his wife out of Ukraine when the war started. Looks like he got her out and they got a puppy.
Well, that's great. I was really scared that you were going to say he went to go fight for Russia or something. Like, all right. I'm glad his wife got out safely.
The right to life comes from God. That right is sacred. It cannot be abridged. It cannot be denied. It can be.
Wait, I deny that though. I don't think that God gives anything a right to be alive. That doesn't even make sense. Like, if you think that God gave creatures rights to be alive, then you gotta ask yourself, what the hell's going on with creating a system of creatures that need to predate on one another to survive? You know, you gotta take a hard look at natural selection and be like, yeah, why do we have an entire system of like existence that is predicated on, you know, harming and killing others? That's pretty weird. It's pretty right. Like, that's pretty weird if God gave things a right to be alive.
Be abused. Human beings can be killed. We see that. But the right to life comes from our Maker. All true justice, all true fairness, equity, whatever adjective you want to use, flows from the Judeo-Christian framework.
That's not even true, though. Like, there are other frameworks that have those things.
And when something is in opposition to that framework, whether it's the killing of our children or the mutilation of our children or the indoctrination of our children or the abuse of our children.
This guy's like the most evil formulation of like the think of the children character from The Simpsons.
That system or the taking away of our freedom and our liberty.
None of these fuckers have even 4% of the vote. Why did they even bother with this? I don't know, because it's funny, I guess.
Whatever that system is evil. I ask you to go to terry2024.com and understand why our mantra is very simple. Defend children, defeat Kamala, and destroy the Democrat Party, because the Democrat Party as an institution is a fountain of malice and oppression and treachery and evil against us, our families, and our freedoms. Thank you for the privilege of being with you.
What an evil son of a bitch.
This is an historic moment that we're in. a moment of unprecedented crisis and unstoppable resistance as people rise up to put an end to endless war and genocide, to halt crushing inequality, climate collapse, and the assault on our democracy. In virtually every dimension of our lives, we are facing converging crises. The need for deep change has never been so urgent, and the possibility of that change has never loomed so large, because people are done being thrown under the bus by bought politicians and the wealthy elites that sponsor them. The war profiteers, Wall Street, AIPAC, health insurance, big pharma, fossil fuel giants, and more. Over 60% of Americans are now living paycheck to paycheck. Half of renters are struggling to pay the rent. Homelessness is at record heights. Countless millions are locked in student and medical debt. Half of youth are hopeless about the future, and the environmental crisis is accelerating over.
And you know what will solve all of those things? Apparently voting for Jill Stein. Apparently. I'm still unclear as to how voting for Jill Stein will fix any single one of the problems that she just rattled off. You know, like, when she's polling at, I don't know, 1 or 2% maybe, and I feel like 2% might be generous, like, how will a vote for Stein help? Like, if you found someone more correct on issues than Jill Stein, but, like, I don't know, he worked at your corner grocery store or something, would a vote for that guy fix any of those problems? No. That's the answer I keep coming back to here, and, like, I know it makes Jill Stein supporters mad, but, like, you have to do the work if you want to break the duopoly. You have to go and get ranked choice voting or star choice voting or whatever it's called. Like, you actually have to go change the method of voting in order to get third parties to be viable. Or you have to see the complete and utter collapse of one of the political parties. And even if Jill Stein reached 5%, even if Jill Stein reached 15%, even if Jill Stein reached like 20 or even 30%, you're not going to see a total collapse of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party, frankly. So, like, realistically here, you're not looking at that happening. So what's the play? Ultimately, like, voting for her is not going to fix any single one of those problems. It's not going to get us closer to fixing any single one of those problems. It's not getting us closer to bringing the Democratic Party to its knees. It's not exacting a price from the Democratic Party. As far as I can tell, all it does is help empower a fascistic movement to destroy democracy in the United States. And if you think it can't get worse, you are severely lacking in imagination. You are severely lacking in historical literacy. And I guess that's just kind of where I'm at with this lady.
Over the cliff as we speak. Meanwhile, both parties are squandering trillions.
Sam and Moose, I do think there's a chance for third parties to make inroads with conservatives if this election cycle is a complete and utter blowout. If this election is a blowout for Kamala Harris, there is no clear successor to Donald Trump. Trump will probably try and cling to power until he dies of old age, which who knows how long that could take, but he doesn't have the juice to run in the next presidential election, which really puts him in a bad spot. It puts the Republican Party in a bad spot, and basically they put all of their eggs in this basket. They're broke. They don't have, like, the means or political power really to continue that much after this if they get blown out in this election. And that's kind of where we're at. So I do think that there's a door open for right-wing third parties to gain inroads if that comes to pass. But left-wing ones, absolutely not. I wish there was. I wish we lived in a system that empowered farther left third parties, but we don't.
on the endless war machine, fueling death and destruction around the world. Martin Luther King's words ring true. My country's the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. It's outrageous that our tax dollars are funding and arming Israel's genocide in Gaza when the American people and the world are demanding an immediate ceasefire. The war abroad is going hand in hand with the war here at home. And it's a war on working people and a war on our democracy. And all of these wars are joined at the hip. We need to cut the military budget 50%. We have the money we need for health care as a human right, housing, education, cancel student debt and medical debt, and for reparations. Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand.
Again, all these policies are great. Who's gonna enact them? Because it's not gonna be this lady.
And it never has and it never will. We must be that demand. Go to JillStein2024.com. Join that demand for an America and a world that works for all of us. Thank you.
No, star choice. Or star voting.
So I want to once again thank the Free and Equal Debate Foundation for having a debate where alternative voices can be heard. My name is Chase Oliver. I'm the Libertarian candidate for President of the United States, and it's been the honor of my life to travel this country, to meet voters across this country, to hear their concerns, and bring about the solutions rooted in the ideas of liberty and non-aggression. That you own your own life, and you know how best to live your life. You know how best to raise your family, and you don't need an army of bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. or your state house to tell you how to do that. If you're living your life in peace, that should be enough. And I'm happy to travel across the country to fight back against the evils of centralization and be an advocate for what happens when we decentralize power away from those who are concentrated and controlled by a giant corporate oligarchy. That is what is happening in our government.
You know, it's really funny to hear him making these arguments because he literally believes in like unregulated capitalism. You know, like dude, the reason power consolidated into that oligarchy, that corporate oligarchy you are criticizing right now, is directly because of the economic positions you hold. Like, decentralizing that power will only be like a temporary fix. It's gonna consolidate again.
And the way to solve it is not more government, it's to get government out of the way of our lives. And so I am traveling across the country to say that we need freedom in our lives. We need liberty in our lives, and what we don't need is an abusive and intrusive federal government. So I am somebody who's advocating this in every single state in the country. I'm on the ballot in 47 states, and I'm a write-in candidate in the remaining 3. Meaning if you live in a state where Jill Stein's not on your ballot, Randall...
Which by the way, I believe if he's running in 47 states, that means the Libertarians got on more state ballots than the Green Party. Like, the Libertarian Party got, I think, if my math is right, 8 more states. They got directly on the ballot in 8 more states.
Terry's not on your ballot, or another alternative voice is not on your ballot, vote for me to voice your dissatisfaction with the system altogether. I welcome your voice. I welcome your vote. I'm anti-war, pro-immigration, anti-corruption, anti-abuse, and pro-freedom. Pro you controlling your own lives and seeing what happens when individuals can make the best out of themselves instead of having to rely on a government that tells them how to do it, when to do it, and what to do. That is the power of freedom. That is the power of liberty, and that is why I'm honored to be the Libertarian candidate for president all over the country, to say that we need something different. We don't need more control. We need more control over our own lives and not the lives of other people via the monopoly of violence that comes from government. Tear down the government, fight for freedom, and vote Libertarian in this election. No matter what state you live in, you have that option.
Thank you.
You know, like, it should tell you so much that the Libertarian Party, you know, the Libertarian Party, the party that has, like, inter-party debates where they talk about how, like, seatbelt laws shouldn't be a thing. And, you know, like, they are fielding a candidate who is more serious than Jill Stein. Are they ANCAP? Yeah, I mean, they're basically ANCAP. I mean, they're not ANCAP, but, like, I think a lot of them, if you ask them, they'd call themselves, like, minarchists. Like, they believe in minimizing the role of the government to the greatest possible degree, usually to, like, the police and the military. What's his stance on age of consent? Excellent question, Amber Wiggin, and I have no idea, because unfortunately it didn't come up in this debate. But yeah, they tend to believe in unregulated capitalism, or largely unregulated capitalism, which I think minarchist and like ANCAP positions are basically interchangeable. Like I don't really see the daylight between the two of them. What's his name? His name is Chase something. I don't know what his last name is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chase Oliver, thank you.
Oh, and with that, my fellow
Never trust a man with two first names.
Americans, tonight's debate comes to a close. I hope you've been touched and inspired by some of the solutions that you've heard here tonight, but our work does not end here. Tonight we...
The awful thing, John Bainbridge, is that libertarianism originated as a left-wing idea, you know, like minimizing the role of the state over time to kind of get closer and closer to that stateless, classless, moneyless society. You know, kind of a more utopian vision of the future, but like then conservatives co-opted it and turned it into the bastardized ANCAP position.
We invite you to vote for your favorite candidate using our ranked choice voting app at freeandequal.org, powered by nexus.io. Thank you to all the candidates for taking the stage this evening. I'd like to thank our sponsors, broadcast partners, coalition members, audience, and the production, the Free and Equal team, all of you that helped bring this debate to life. Finally, we are grateful.
I feel so bad for the production crew on this. I feel so bad for the production crew on this. I feel like they probably tried their best with what they were given, but they were probably given a bunch of half-baked ideas.
To these three candidates who have taken the courageous step to share with the world their ideas in the face of immense pressure from both parties of the duopoly and the oligarchs controlling their purse strings, it's not easy to stand here and unabashedly share their thoughts today. We feel in our bones that we are on the cusp of a new political era in America. Tonight marks a step forward in the path of kind, honest, and courageous discourse. And in a world where it seems impossible, we have no choice but to make more choice. As we conclude our debate series, we look forward to launching our 2025 United We Stand Tour, bringing together artists, thought leaders, and congressional candidates. freeandequal.org is where you can go to learn more about our efforts. Thank you so much for everybody. Dave Walker, myself, good night.
They didn't end with a music performance. Why? All right. Oh boy. Wait a minute. What was that? Just proudly working with the Russian propaganda network, huh? All right. All right, enough of that. Enough of that. They ran out of steam in the first 20 minutes. Yeah, it's true. It's true. You said star voting. What are your thoughts on it? I think it's probably a better version of ranked choice voting. Like there are a bunch of different ways when it comes to ranked choice voting to like weight the results afterwards, like how you choose like different match. It's a whole numbers thing. I'm not good at numbers, if I'm being completely honest with you. But my understanding is that star voting is like a more equitable way of like tallying votes in a ranked choice voting system. Was that RFK stand-up I saw? I hope not. Gotta go record dope vocals incoming. Let's go, Gat! Good luck. Anyway, that was crazy. Thank you for watching part 3. It was only 20 minutes, but it took us almost a full hour to get through. That was a lot. That was a lot. And that was part 3. This was so much longer than I ever intended to cover this, but honestly, I was just having fun. So thanks for joining me with that, folks. Now, I have to go use the bathroom. But when I get back, we will take a look at Michael Knowles getting blown the F out by Ryan Grimm. Because, you know, sometimes you just need to see... No, I can't say that. I'm sorry. My brain caught up with what my words were going to say. And we'll probably also, after that, cover some Project 2025 if we have time. And yeah, we'll see some other stuff. Was it something Twink related? Yes. It also was related to blowing out a Twink's back. Anyway, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. And guys, we are actually, like, believe it or not, we are 29 followers away from 11,000 over on Twitch. That'd be really neat. That'd be a really great bar to clear. And also hit the subscribe button on YouTube because we are getting really close to being halfway to 9K. And that would be really cool as well if we actually hit that. Finally, consider dropping those subs and donos because this show is ultimately brought to you by you guys. I could not do it alone. You guys helped me to make this show possible. Beep, boop, boop, boop. Oh, Live for Life. A lot of people thought that Noam Chomsky died. There was like a flurry of stories about him dying, and apparently those weren't true. So, you know, happens. All right, BRB.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. When he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend, it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascist say when the lies are sold in space? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard to die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse their soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist is the rise again, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes. And no fan sesame, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rights, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fears in the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist is to rise again, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fears in the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist is to rise again, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Plug in 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong along with me but must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA's dying grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
In the heart of the
Hello.
stream
Let
where
me
the
put a
currents
stop to
flow.
that. There we go. Whew. All right. She back, y'all. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Celestial Heart. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, WoW customer service gave me the runaround long enough to give up on the significant amount of currency the game stole from me. Oh, Holly Holmes, I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, Pastor Dean, why are you proud that you make your wife and daughter flinch? Like, are you a wife beater? Because it sounds like what you're saying is that you beat your wife and you beat your kid, and that's why they flinch around you. Usually that's what that would entail. Just checking. Ilana, hello. Hello, Danger Days. Didn't I mute him to go and think about his actions? Let him dig his grave. It's fine. The pastor that's always in Dead Domain's chat. Is he one of those pastors that Dead Domain did like an expose on? Because honestly, that would be fitting. Like that would explain on an awful lot, actually. Oh, he is. Oh, okay. So he's like the guy. He's like a guy. Okay, but like Pastor Dean, when you say you trained your wife and child not to complain, you mean you smacked him, right? I trained them so... Yeah, but how did you train them? Did you train them by smacking them? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. We're not asking about the end to which you trained them. We're asking about the method. And the method sounds an awful lot like you're a wife beater. And so I'm asking, are you a wife beater or are you just being weirdly cryptic? The only instinctual flinching should be from dad jokes. True, the most devastating of all. Well, Leah Hall, you know, sometimes hearing the history of that song makes me cry too. Hey, Pastor Dean, if you can't answer a simple question, you're going to be banned. You've done enough in my chat to attract my direct attention. So if you can't answer a simple question, and it's a very simple question, everyone in chat besides you seems to understand it, you don't have a place in my community. Like it's a very simple ask. And a non-answer will also be treated the same as, you know, a yes. Imagine being a pastor and using your free time to do this. Fucking weird. Let's see here. Man, he can't even answer a question in the same time frame that Jeopardy contestants have to answer a simple trivia question. No wonder he's a shitty pastor. I don't hit with my hands. So what do you hit with, Dean? No. Salmon Moose, I don't think that rules out other forms of abuse. Pastor Dean, what do you hit them with? Do you use a rod? A paddle? A whip? Simple question. Just answer it. Everyone in here... Yeah, belt. Belt would be another option. Oh, a cord? That could be. A kielbasa. I don't know what that is. But Pastor Dean, this is a pretty simple question. I'm able to say multiple sentences in the time it takes you to just type one. You know, just... Honestly, I'm not even asking for a full sentence from you. I'm asking for, like, a word. Oh, a kielbasa is a sausage. Huh, haven't heard that term before. Let's see here. Man, it's real weak, man, that you can't even answer a simple, straightforward question. Like, it took you, like, a full 5 minutes to answer, and, you know, you're being real cagey about it. What do you use to hit them with? I know this is more attention than any of your preaching has ever gotten before, but, like, hit them with the truth. I don't think the truth makes people flinch, Pastor Dean. So when you say you hit them, what are you hitting them with physically that's making them flinch? Yeah, no. Like, I want you to say it. What do you hit them with? Like, what implement? Like, how many times have you strangled your wife? How many times have you punched your daughter? How many times have you smacked them with a paddle? Like, how many times have you whipped them? How many scars do they have on their back? I just want to know, what are you hitting them with that's making them flinch? Because it's not the truth. That's a good point, Mr. Miyagi. Some families do have very heavy Bibles. Are you hitting them with the Bible? Are you using the Word of God to physically hit them? That sounds like something that would be, you know, up your alley. So, like, is that the case? Yeah, that way you're hitting them with holy truth. It's even better than normal truth, apparently. No, but, like, what are you hitting your kids with? What are you hitting your wife with? You know, a real man would be able to answer, but you just kind of seem to be a little lackadaisical here. So, Pastor Dean, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to have a clear and concise answer. Yeah, otherwise you're going to get banned, and you're going to be a total bitch maid. Like, goddamn. Thanks, Missy. Y'all have a blessed evening. I wish I could say the same to your family, but unfortunately they've been cursed with you, someone who hits them, and frankly, genuine question here, folks, if you can, I would very much appreciate taking some action proactively. I don't know who this Pastor Dean guy is, but I would recommend folks maybe bring concerns to Child Protective Services. Because it sounds like he's beating his kids. And I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what's going on there. But he came into our chat and started talking about how his wife and child flinch when he's around, and that he beats them. He hits them. Now, I have no idea if he's just being like a fascist little fuck and joking, but I happen to take allegations that someone is hitting children very seriously. And we know that he has a young daughter. That's in his profile pic. And Dead Domain has interviewed his escaped kids. Well, please, I would recommend contacting Protective Services. Yeah, I like, please take screenshots from the chat if you need to as evidence. I would appreciate folks helping to get on that. So, yeah, I really, really did want him to say in chat that he beats his kid and how he beats his kid, because that would be more incriminating. But I think just alone coming in here and talking about how he beats his children, that should be enough for Child Protective Services to get involved. It's quite cathartic to see an abuser actually get called out in real time. I wish he had incriminated himself a little bit more, but you know, Dead Domain has something cooking for him. That's great. But also, I'm not going to wait to find that if you guys could take appropriate action. What a Dean disaster. Truly besmirching the good or evil name of Dean. Hey, Onion Plug. Am I too late for free omelets? Yeah. Oh, okay. Pastor Dean is not Pastor Steven Anderson, who is the one whose children Dead Domain interviewed. Okay. No, he's just a crazy... honestly, I doubt he's even a pastor. I don't think he went to seminary. I think that he's just like a rando who got really caught up in religious fundamentalism and calls himself a pastor in order to justify beating his kids. That's the vibe I get, because I know that there are a lot of guys who do that. LARPing as one? I mean, there's no requirement to... like, I mean, depending on your denomination. If you are just like in the middle of nowhere and you're like, I'm going to start preaching the word of God, you know, you don't have to go to a school to do that. It helps, you know, it helps you learn apologetics if you do, but like, yeah, Protestantism does work like that, depending on your denomination. There are, of course, like schools and such. Glorious content. We already did that. And if you are bored, you can fuck right off. There we go. Nice. He's a self-proclaimed pastor, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, his congregation seems to be two scared women that he beats, so, you know, whatever. Whew, all right. That got dark. Anyway, moving right along.
Loses the November.
Oof. We gotta jump in. This is also going to be a lengthy segment. Fortunately or unfortunately. Folks, again, if you've been enjoying the stream, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. This is usually a day I would not be streaming, but we are in the lead up to the election here, so we're going to probably be streaming every day between now and the election. It's going to be rough on my mental health, but I'm going to do what I can. And please consider supporting the stream. I would really appreciate it. All right. Was Pastor Dean trying to make you uncomfortable with what he did? I mean, I'm sure like for a lot of like fascists or like conservatives, they can fall into kind of like this own the libs no matter the cost mentality, where they're willing to say like they fucked your grandma's corpse. They don't care about like whether what they're saying is true or not. And they don't care whether or not it's beyond the pale. It's to get attention and to get a few laughs. That's basically it. They view shock and disgust as them winning. And it's truly a deranged like mentality to have, you know. I'm not even an American, and this election cycle is really anxiety inducing. You should be anxious. Unfortunately, American empire affects every corner of the globe. And if a fascist gets elected, you're going to feel it no matter where you are on the planet. It sucks. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's the same kind of shit middle school boys do. Yeah. I mean, it indicates a guy who never really matured beyond, like, grade school. And who's, like, too mentally, like, disconnected from any sense of, like, love or empathy or respect to actually be able to interact with polite society. Yeah, there's a lot of the recent polling. Michael Reich has had Kamala up by anywhere from 2 to 7 points, depending. It has the potential to be a blowout. We'll see. But right now I'm kind of focused more on like the fringe, not fringe, but like Senate races and stuff instead of the presidential race, because the presidential race I think is right now it's a race of attrition, and that's not comfortable to look at, frankly. Looking at early voting this week, GOP is tapping out rurals in some states. Like, all the people in rural areas have already voted? If that's true, I'm very excited. Trump is gonna want to have a Lebensraum. He's already talked about it openly, multiple times. Voted early yesterday. Bluest county in Indiana looking at record turnout. Fuck yeah. That's the kind of stuff I love to see. All right, folks. We're going to start. So for the... I'm just going to hit the button. So, folks, there is this guy named Michael Knowles. You might have heard of him before. And it turns out sometimes he is actually let out of the Daily Wire studio to interact with other people. I know that sounds kind of crazy, like that they allow him to interact with others because he seems so deranged and frankly demonic. But he went on the show Counterpoints with Ryan and Emily, which features Emily, a conservative, and I don't really know her history, and Ryan Grimm, one of the best working journalists in the business right now. And I have no idea how they got paired up together, but I'm grateful because it allows us to have this incredible interaction between Michael Knowles and Ryan Grimm. And frankly, Ryan knows his stuff. Let's dive in. I have no doubts. I haven't seen any of this, but I have no doubts in Ryan Grimm's ability to handle Michael Knowles. Let's go.
Election. What do you think went wrong?
How is it possible that Biden could get 10 million more votes in 2020 than Democrats had done in 2016? One answer to that is, well, because all the rules changed. So, you know, you got a new game and you've got new results as a consequence of that.
I would just point out, so I was down in D.C. on January 21st, 2017, covering the Women's March. Something like 5 million people, most of them women, came out and marched that day against Donald Trump. Continue with a historically inaccurate analysis, and you're going to have an improper kind of strategy out of it.
I'm sorry. The slow zoom on Michael Knowles got me here.
Accurate analysis, and you're going to have an improper kind of strategy out of it.
All right, welcome to Counterpoints Friday. We're now about a week and a half away from the November election, and Ryan and I are joined today by Michael Knowles, the host of...
Just real quick before we get too deep, how are the audio levels? Because I don't have really a way of telling on my end. Are they good? Am I still peaking the mic? Like, where we at? I know you guys were talking about me peaking the mic earlier. We still doing that? I tried to fix some settings. Quiet audio for me? Okay, here, I'll turn it up. How's this? Louder on the video? Okay. Your audio's fine? Okay. I'll turn that down a little bit. And...
of the Michael Knowles Show, who also has a candle line, Michael?
You know, I only sell combustibles now. So I have my Mayflower cigars. I wasn't sure if I'd become a candle mogul, but I guess a lot of the audience is a kind of live, laugh, love, suburban, feminine type, because we are selling bazillions of candles at thecandleclub.com. They're a great product. I'm not...
Cool. I'm not surprised that's where your core demographic is.
Surprised.
Ryan, maybe it's time for you to get the candles.
Everyone needs a good candle.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, Michael, one thing we wanted to start off with, just putting all of our cards on the table, I can't think of two people that probably disagree more than you and Ryan Grimm. So we're hoping for a lively conversation. But one place to start could be, if Donald Trump loses the November election, what do you think went wrong? Who would deserve the blame? It is basically a tied race right now, so that's not outside the realm of possibility. Kamala Harris, despite all of the flaws that you and I
might...
Let's see what happens when I do this.
Oh, God.
BWA.
BWA. Matt Netanyahu, thank you for injecting some BWA into our festivities. Let's go.
Might ascribe to her, and I think reasonably so, is still, popular among some swath of the American people, significant swath among the American people. Looks like an even swath compared with Donald Trump. So if Trump actually loses in November, who's to blame?
I think the blame would have to lie in the way that the system has been changed. So, in 2020, the election rules were largely changed to extend election day to election season and to encourage widespread mail-in ballots, which makes ballot harvesting a little bit easier. I'm not even really getting into the shenanigans that sometimes crop up in the city machines. I'm just talking about the actual now legal and official modes of conducting the election that obviously radically changed the nature of the election in 2020. A lot of people said, how is it possible that Biden could get 10 million more votes in 2020 than Democrats had done in 2016? And one answer to that is, well, because all the rules changed. So, you got a new game and you've got new results as a consequence of that. I think that would be really the only way to explain it. I love Trump. Not a big Kamala fan. I'm a conservative Republican, but even trying to take some distance here, it seems to me that the issues basically all cut for Trump right now. The economy cuts for Trump, foreign policy cuts for Trump, immigration cuts for Trump, some of the social issues cut for Trump. Probably the one issue that the Democrats are getting.
Before you get into that, because I think that's an interesting point to make, I did want to flag one point you made there, that that access to the ballot is the only explanation for why there were so many more people voting in 2020 than 2016. I would just point out, so I was down in DC on January 21st, 2017, covering the Women's March. I have never seen a march that big in my life in Washington, DC. Something like 5 million people, most of them women, came out and marched that day against Donald Trump. This is the day after he was...
Like, I'm sorry, it took a moment to really sink in here, but Michael Knowles is basically just saying that, like, well, it wasn't really, I mean, it was a bit rigged in 2020, but now it's super rigged, and, like, he has no evidence whatsoever for that.
Inaugurated. Democrats themselves, the Democratic leadership, was hostile to or skeptical of that Women's March. They were flat on their back. This was an organic kind of Facebook generated reaction to the election of Donald Trump, and it was real. Like the anger and the shock that Trump had become president was a real thing. And you saw that energy for 4 straight years, and you saw it metastasize.
Like I have to be completely honest with you, like, do conservatives not know how utterly asinine that idea is? You know, like, frankly, Joe Biden has been given, like, an unprecedented amount of power and authority by the Supreme Court. If he wanted to rig the election, he could. Like, he's legally immune from, like, being prosecuted, really, for this. And so it's like, well, he's not doing it, because if he absolutely could right now, if he wanted to, with zero repercussions. It's true, fascists do think everyone agrees with them. It is an insane flaw of their kind.
Some really interesting ways that we can talk about. And I think that played a significant role in why so many people voted in 2020. Like, they were just livid at Trump.
I'm not so sure. I'm not denying the left is good at street organizing. They do it a lot. But I don't think the Women's March was unique. You saw similar street protests with the George Floyd riots. Even before that, you saw it with Occupy Wall Street. Even before that, you saw it with the anti-Bush war protests.
Occupy Wall Street, I covered that too. There were dozens of people at Occupy Wall Street, hundreds at the most.
But there were Occupy protests throughout the country too. There was even in New Haven. I was in college at the time, and they had Occupy New Haven, which I agree was pretty pitiful. But even going back to the Bush era, you had Code Pink, you had all of these kind of protests. So the left does that. The left takes to the streets throughout the 1970s. That doesn't always translate to votes.
It was like substantially different. The numbers of people, that 5 million people is the most in American history, came out against Trump. I'm just saying, it's just worth understanding that as.
Ryan Grimm has this really like his energy is just so chill, that it's really, I think it takes people like Michael Knowles aback, because essentially he's just like, well, you're just wrong though. But like, he's not getting like worked up about it. He's just like, well, you're just, the facts you have are bad. And that's not your fault, I mean, maybe you just missed it. It's totally reasonable that you may have missed that fact, but it's, at the end of the day, like, it's just not accurate to the reality that we all live in and share. Like, he's just so, like, it's like an aggressive calmness that I find fascinating.
Like, know your enemy, know your adversary. Like, they were pissed. And it was real.
Yeah, maybe. The left gets very angry, and they do it in different numbers at different times. My only contention is, I don't know that street protests always translate to success at the ballot box. If that were the case, I think probably Kerry would have won in 2004, and I think probably Hillary would have won in 2016. So what changed here was not that the Democrats were especially angry, or that a certain segment, women were especially angry. I think what changed, and what accounts for 10 million new votes, is that they changed the election rules. And so you describe that as access to the ballot. I suppose certain people who otherwise would not be motivated to vote, who weren't paying attention to the election, might have cast a ballot because of ballot harvesting. But it also does.
I don't want to get bogged down, and I'm just saying you can't compare the Women's March and the amount of energy that pulsed into the streets in 2017 to the Iraq War. I was actually participated in those. That was before I was a journalist. There were, a couple 100,000 at the peak that came out for that. Code Pink is like 6 people in a group house in D.C. Like these are not
there was more to the Iraq War
remotely comparable movements. I'm just, and you don't have to like absorb any of this that I'm saying, but your analysis is going to continue to be confused if you really believe that Code Pink.
See, like the framing of this on Ryan's part is brilliant, right? Because he's like, well, you can continue to be confused if you like, because it really taps into this, this fundamental desire to be correct, Like, Michael Knowles wants to essentially be like, actually, I am correct, but like, there's no good way for him to actually get to that point, without contradicting himself.
War is the same as 5 million women coming out of the streets in 2017,
I think
and the
every
effect
4
that
years
had
or
on
so.
our politics.
I think the libs come out every 4 years or so, and they yell and they scream.
Okay,
and
but they
burn things
don't. That's
down,
just
and
historically inaccurate. But good. Continue with a historically inaccurate analysis, and you're going to have an improper kind of strategy out of it.
Well, Michael, maybe here's a good question.
I don't know. It kind of looks like we're winning the election right now. So I think I think the Republican strategy has played pretty well. We'll see. We'll see if the Republicans can overcome the new rule changes that the Democrats crammed down everybody's throats. But as of right now, the polls are looking very, very good for Trump. So if anyone needs to rethink strategy, I think it would probably be the party that ran a guy who obviously had dementia, lied about it, swapped out the candidate at the last minute for a woman who never got a primary vote while she was running for president on issues that she can't win.
Michael's running away.
Other than maybe trying to promote infanticide, even then, probably not going to push her over the finish line.
Well, let's talk about that, because to your point, now, Donald Trump has never been, this is a weird figure, but he's actually never been more or less unpopular. If you look at his favorability ratings, they've gone up since like 2020, which is baffling. And if you had told me on January 7th that would happen, the only way I would believe it is if the media continued to react very poorly to like legitimately objectionable things that Donald Trump was doing, but having the exact opposite of what made sense of a reaction from the media, not understanding his voters, not understanding why people continue to like him. That was the only way that it would make sense to me. But the point that I wanted to ask is, as you mentioned, it looks like a lot of the issues that are front of mind for voters are cutting in Republicans' favor, cutting in Trump's favor. But even so, this is basically a statistically tied race, meaning there's a lot of support for Kamala Harris. And I guess maybe to Ryan's point, what do you make of that? Why are so many people, if all of those issues are cutting in Donald Trump's election, the media right now is asking, why isn't Kamala Harris running away with the election? But maybe the question is, why isn't Donald Trump running away with the election if the issues are so in his favor?
Well, I think that there are a lot of historical issues with it, but I think that the chief issue right now is the way that the election is being conducted. So we talk about new voters being brought in. Obviously, the Biden-Harris administration has flooded the country with foreign nationals.
They can't vote. All of these are red herrings. The foreign nationals can't vote in our election. That's just not how our system works. And they will be found out if they try to vote.
Many of whom are planning to vote in the election. You don't need to take my word.
Citation needed.
For it. The Heritage Foundation, I got video interviewing illegal aliens who admitted on camera, I'm an illegal alien. I have been registered to vote, and I intend to vote for Kamala Harris. So
oh, really? You know what? Heritage Foundation video, illegal immigrant vote. Let's see. Oh, weird. This was the #1 result. Heritage Foundation spreads deceptive videos about non-citizen voters. Wow, that's so crazy. The Georgia Secretary of State's office called one video a stunt. Huh. In July, 2 men went door-to-door at a sprawling apartment complex in Norcross, Georgia, an Atlanta suburb that is hub to the region's fastest-growing Latino population, asking residents if they were U.S. citizens and whether they were registered to vote. Speaking in Spanish, often peeking from behind half-closed doors, 7 people told the men they were not citizens but that they were registered to vote. Although the 2 men claimed to represent a company helping Latinos navigate the election system, they were actually working with the Heritage Foundation and carrying a hidden camera. Days later, the conservative think tank posted a video on social media containing some of the footage the men had captured, calling it staggering evidence that 14% of non-citizens in Georgia, which Heritage said extrapolated to more than 47,000 people, were registered to vote. Based on our findings, the video concluded, the integrity of the 2024 election is in great jeopardy. The video was then reposted by Elon Musk. Cool. But under scrutiny, those claims do not hold up. 3 of the 7 people Heritage filmed later said they had misspoken. State investigators found no evidence that any of the 7 people on the tape had ever registered to vote. A spokesman for Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, called the video a stunt. It was one of several misleading videos that the Heritage Foundation has pumped into social media feeds this year. While the once staid think tank has received attention recently for Project 2025, check out that playlist, the right-wing blueprint for a future Trump administration that the group funded, it has also made its mark with an aggressive effort to shape public opinion, seeding falsehoods about the integrity of the 2024 election across social media and conservative news outlets. So basically, they lied because they're a propaganda network for conservative billionaires. It's really not that complicated. And it's not that surprising that Michael Knowles, an employee for a conservative propaganda outlet funded by billionaires, would cite that misinformation.
So this is all available online. You've seen some pushback against that in various states, but it's just a fact that when you have 8 million new border encounters over a 3.5-year period, foreign nationals who overwhelmingly identify with Democrats, that's going to have downstream demographic effects, especially because we know that the children, even the grandchildren of these immigrants, many of whom are illegal immigrants, identify as Democrats, and they will have the right to vote.
But she's at 49% in the RCP average.
Just one final point on this. This is after the largest movement of people in recorded history, which is immigration into the United States since 1965. So I think that's part of the reason is that the Democrats have explicitly campaigned on changing the demographics of the country in a cynical way that actually often harms the people they're bringing in, but will help them electorally. I think that's why this election looks different than if it were taking place, say, 20 years ago.
Walk us through how somebody who is here illegally would vote. Like what?
I love Ryan Grimm. Yeah, please. What's the process here? You're saying millions of undocumented immigrants are voting. Walk us through. How does that work? It's an excellent way to get Michael Knowles to do what he does, which is talk. But there's not really a defined method of illegal voting here. So anything that Michael Knowles responds with here, you can see how unhappy he is with this question. Is going to sound like malarkey. Like any specifics Michael Knowles gives here are going to pigeonhole him into like a definite way of illegally voting that, like, if it were true, people could look into that and find a bunch of illegal votes, tens of thousands of illegal votes. But oddly enough, they can't because he's just pulling that method out of his butt.
Well,
why have we failed to catch anybody other than like 1 or 2 people in the past?
No,
like,
we've caught more than 1 or 2 people, but
like maybe 6.
Well, yeah, I think it's probably more than 6. The way that we
7?
The way that
like it's nothing. It's like minuscule, and then they're all in Texas.
Yeah, no, they're not. They're actually throughout a number of states, including some liberal states like California.
You notice how Michael Knowles, if the number was as large as he tries to imply it would be, would simply cite that large number, but instead he's like, well, it's more than 6, but like that more than 6 is like, you know, honestly, like 7.
That is a problem that can be fixed, Malarkey BWA.
Matt, that's Yahoo. Thank you for gifting Amber Brains a sub and for supporting stream. I very much appreciate it.
But California would be a good place to start because of motor voter laws. So that's the easiest way. When illegal aliens in states with liberal policies go to the DMV, they're allowed to get driver's licenses and other identification forms. And at the DMV, they're allowed to register to vote. Now, of course, officially speaking, they're not supposed to register.
I'm sorry, are you saying that the evil DMV is registering undocumented immigrants to vote? Do you understand how much paperwork has to be done at the DMV? Michael? They keep you waiting forever because they're doing the paperwork, Michael. Like, they can't process fake paperwork for millions of people at the DMV, Michael. Come on.
To vote.
If that were true, there would be a paper trail that would be so incredibly large you could see it from space.
Everyone is automatically being offered the opportunity to register to vote when they're getting their driver's license. Then the people who don't have that.
I'm sorry. One second here. I'm just gonna look this up. Okay, just looking this up. Can an undocumented person register to vote at the DMV? Or actually, none of that typed out. Damn it. Can an undocumented person register to vote when they get their driver's license? Here, you know what? Here's a good answer to this. This is from the Minnesota Reformer. Would automatic voter registration allow non-citizens to vote? Yep. Minnesota Democratic lawmakers this session are proposing to expand driver's license eligibility to people without legal permission to reside in the U.S. At the same time, they're proposing to automatically register everyone to vote. Could the people here illegally use the new license to vote? Yes, but it's a felony with steep consequences, and Democrats say their automatic voter registration has safeguards in place so that non-citizens won't be registered. Yep, with some Republican backing. Proposed driver's license eligibility expansion for years. Okay. Driver's licenses for all. It's a good program, by the way. Make sure everyone who's driving on the road has been trained to drive, which is great. Okay. Leading the charge in the House to broaden the eligibility for a Minnesota driver's license or ID card so people can get one without proof of citizenship. The license would look identical to every other Class D license. Hey, Archangel, thank you for being
2 months
subscribed.
shy of 4 years.
For almost 4 goddamn years. Thank you for being with me for the long haul, friendo. Let's see. Gomez said the legislation brings the state back to where it was prior to 2003, when the state was under GOP Governor Tim Pawlenty, started requiring proof of legal residence to obtain a license. Advocates, including in law enforcement, say issuing licenses to undocumented people would make roads safer because fewer drivers would be operating without licenses. True. All right. Some Republicans say the current effort could allow non-citizens to vote. Okay. Let's see. In order to register, a person needs to show a valid Minnesota ID or photo ID plus a document with their current name and address, such as a utility bill or residential license.
The AG also has to certify your eligibility after you register. Registration does not mean you can vote.
Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so, so much. Now let's see here. A person could technically present a driver's license they obtained through Gomez's bill if it were to pass. That person would need to sign a statement attesting to their U.S. citizenship at the polling place if they were to vote, something the vast majority of people illegally residing in the U.S. aren't willing to risk. The penalties under federal immigration law that people would face are so severe, we just don't see people attempting to register or attempting to vote. Adding it's a deportable offense with a potential lifetime ban if a person illegally residing in the U.S. is caught voting. All right. Could a person who's obtained a driver's license under the new eligibility be automatically registered to vote? Let's see. If a person without legal permission to live in the state obtains a license, they are not automatically registered to vote. Crazy. If someone was found to have lied about their citizenship, they could face deportation, denial of future citizenship, and or fines and imprisonment under federal law. So basically, guys, what the answer to this is that you could potentially illegally vote. However, the argument Michael Knowles is making here is that, well, all undocumented immigrants are banding together, or even a vast majority of them are banding together to vote for Democrats because the Democrats will then make them legal citizens, and that will then make it okay that they illegally voted. Which doesn't make any sense. Even if you're a legal citizen of the United States and you illegally vote or commit voter fraud, you get years in prison. You get a pretty stiff penalty, even if you're a legal citizen of the United States. Benefit, 1 extra vote. Risk, your entire life being thrown into a blender. Yeah, the trade-off is not worth it. And it implies that undocumented immigrants have way more trust in Democrats than most people in the United States do. Thank you for the good reporting, Minnesota Reformer.
That eligibility, but nonetheless can get a driver's license, sometimes fall into that pile. You're seeing a big issue right now in Arizona because there's a difference between the federal law and the state and the local law. So for state and local elections, people have to show proof of citizenship to register to vote. For the federal level, they don't, which to me is pretty crazy. It seems to me that if anything, it ought to be flipped, and the federal elections are the more important ones. But in any case, that's the rule right now. So now Arizona has to deal with hundreds of thousands of people who are potentially ineligible to vote, and they're probably going to be able to vote anyway, and it will be fought after the election, which is why right now the establishment, just one final point on this, this is why the establishment media right now
Brian's
trying
just
to
like, yeah, right.
normalize the notion that we won't have the results on election night, which is preposterous. PBS had a headline. They said, not only will we not have the results on election night, but it's normal not to have the results on election night. Every election in my lifetime, including Bush v. Gore, when Democrats tried to overturn the results of that election before it became unpatriotic to try to overturn the results of an election, even in 2000, we had the results on election night. So I'm not sure when it became normal. I guess it's just when the Dems waved their magic wand 4 years ago.
Well, they didn't have the results until December when the Supreme Court
because
decided,
Al Gore
right?
challenged the election, but they actually did call the election that night.
So,
but they had needed a recount.
But Kamala Harris is at
well,
49.
They didn't need it. Al Gore pushed for it and then tried to overturn the
And
election.
there are laws that allow for a recount.
That was back though when Democrats enjoyed overturning the election.
But okay, so
What are you talking about, Michael? Yeah, the country was in chaos like election night 2000. Like it was like the case of the century, and the only reason Al Gore, I believe, the only reason Al Gore did not win the presidency was because he made the calculation that it was a lot of chaos to put the country through when he was not at all sure if he had won or not. And so he stepped back, and I, to this day, really, 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 really wish he hadn't. Probably would have stopped us from getting into a lot of wars in the Middle East.
In the RCP average, Kamala Harris is at like 49%. So
Also, I do just want to point out here that this is, I always need to point this out. Donald Trump, when he was president, put Chris Kobach in charge of a committee, or not a committee, a commission, to look into voter fraud. And his mandate was basically to find as much voter fraud as possible, right? So Chris Kobach, he's pretty infamous in Kansas, I believe. He has made it his life's goal to throw doubt on the integrity of our elections. And this was like an immense amount of power granted to him specifically to fulfill his life's purpose. And you want to know what happened over the course of around 2 years? Or 3 years, I think? 2 or 3 years running that commission? They found next to nothing. They found next to zero voter fraud. It was like 1 or 2 cases, and I think that the state had to like sue Chris Kobach for like his like for like ethical infractions. It was weird. It was weird. They didn't find anything. And at the end of the day, Donald Trump very quietly ended that commission. Okay? Without releasing any of the results publicly. Those results, I believe, did wind up leaking, but that being said, if Donald Trump like gave carte blanche to the number one guy who says election fraud is rampant, that there are tens of millions of fraudulent votes in the election, and that guy couldn't prove it, he could only find like 2 or 3 cases. Why are we still going with this narrative? And the answer to that is, frankly, low information voters, predominantly low information Republican voters, do not know that voter fraud is vanishingly rare. Vanishingly rare. They don't know. They just don't know. They've never encountered the idea that voter fraud happens like 0.00001% of the time in our elections. It's like 1 vote for every like I think it's like 1 vote for every 100 million that gets cast is fraudulent. It's really, really weird. It's really, really vanishingly small chance. Goddamn. Also, yeah, Harold, like, Michael Knowles looks significantly older than I am, and I think we're the same age.
Basically, the thing I would disagree with that you're saying is that the amount of, I mean, there's obviously been a huge flood of both legal and illegal migration into the country over the course of the Biden administration. But if I were
Yeah, no, exactly, Brutus Magnuson. It's designed to sound like it makes intuitive sense. Because, you know, you just ask someone, do you want elections to be like secured? And they're like, yeah. And they're like, well, you know, there are some insecure things. And then you bring up how an undocumented immigrant might be able to vote with a driver's license. And suddenly they're like, oh, it's not secure. Never thinking of the fact that, like, if they ever got caught doing that, they would be instantly deported. They would be separated from their family. They'd lose like their entire livelihoods and they'd never be able to return. Like, it's a pretty steep price to pay for 1 vote in an election where millions are cast.
To ascribe a percentage point of like the RCP average that is boosting Kamala Harris to 49.4%. I think they have Trump around 48%. I just don't know how significant that would be, to be honest. I mean, it seems like the American people are genuinely torn between Trump and Harris. Do you disagree with that?
I think the American people are torn between the right and the left. That's certainly true. And I think that the left controls basically all of the institutions at this point. And so America has liberalized significantly. I mean,
man, you got I don't know why I put these on. I'm not going to wear them. But you got to really admire the gall that Michael Knowles has, where he takes an air of smug superiority, but then he's like, yeah, actually, our enemies control all the major institutions, and we're really bad at winning. And it's like, yeah, you're a movement of losers. You're a coalition of degenerates. Like, you're like a group of self-hating, like, sycophants for power. Like, yeah, of course you're losers.
Whatever you think about the so-called social issues, it's simply a fact that when Hillary Clinton was running in 2008, she ran on abortion being safe, legal, and rare. She ran on abortion being a bad thing. Now the Democrats shout their abortion.
Wait. But Michael, she ran on it being safe and what was that second one again? Legal. Legal, Michael. You can't be like, oh, and now Democrats have always wanted it safe, legal, and rare, man. You're the one who's now trying to, like, twist the past to suit your present needs. Because, again, fascists are anti-empiricists. They do not believe in data. They do not believe in history that they have not written for themselves. They are, you know, death cult freaks.
when Barack Obama was president during his first term, he believed that marriage was a sacred union between a man and a woman. That was as recent as 2011. And then Joe Biden blabbed that they were going to change position, and they finally did. But it was pretty recent. You know, you're talking about 13 years ago. So the country has moved significantly to the left, and that gives an advantage to Kamala. She just happens to be so weak a candidate, and Trump happens to be more sympathetic than he's ever been, because after years of the Democrats justifying his assassination, someone actually pulled out the gun and tried to do it, and nearly succeeded the first time, and tried again a second time. So he, as you say, he's the least unpopular that he's ever been right now. And also all of the issues are cutting in the Republicans' favor. So I agree with you. This is bad news for Republicans, that even with all of the headwinds working for Republicans, it's still a close election. But that's what happens when the Democrats have succeeded at reshaping the country and the laws that shape cultural attitudes.
And Democrats would say that the reason that they're competitive, or the reason that why they might even have a slight advantage at this point, is Trump's success in overturning Roe v. Wade, and that the country has kind of recoiled at that. What's your assessment of that? And tell me, like, for people who our ecosystems don't overlap enough, so a lot of our viewers might not know. You know, what exactly your politics are, where you are on this side. My understanding is you're like pretty hardcore on the life side.
I prepped him, Michael.
Like down the line. She prepped me a little bit. Like you're like down the line.
You know, and this is the thing I like about Ryan Grimm, right? Like he approaches this conversation not as if, you know, approaching an enemy, right? Instead, he approaches it in the sense that, like, he's like, this is a person I'm going to talk to. I'm going to talk to them like a human being. And I'm not going to make any preconceived notions. I'm just going to talk about what they bring to the table in this conversation. And I think that's a really valuable skill to have when talking with these far-right types, because ultimately, they're off their rockers. You know, like, they're crazy. It's not even just human decency, Kupashel. It is, instead of bringing in outside points, you can really just rely on them bringing something to the table and it being almost entirely inaccurate or fabricated in some way. You know, you don't have to get mad at something Michael Knowles said like last week or 2 days ago. You can just be like, the thing you're saying now is ludicrous. Like, how do you back that up? And then you just watch them, like, struggle to back up anything that they say, you know?
And like as out there as you can get on it, right?
Yeah, I think we ought to protect babies. I think it's bad to kill babies. It's basically I guess that's an extreme position now. I used to be a kind of a moderate, common sense position.
I'm for protecting babies too. You want to elaborate on that?
We agree.
Yeah.
I don't think we really need to elaborate. I think it's bad to kill babies. So you know, that would inform my election choices. I agree with you that Roe v. Wade's overruling is an issue in the campaign. I think it's really the only issue that helps Democrats at all, and then only in certain places. But conservatives have debated how to react to this. You've seen a lot of Republicans just basically trying to downplay the issue on the campaign trail, which is probably fine as a matter of prudence. I think what happened with Roe v. Wade being overruled is not that pro-lifers merely won a victory. It's not that Democrats won a political victory, as some of them claim. It's that the whole conversation changed. So now the Supreme Court says in the Dobbs ruling that the issue has to go back to the states. The Supreme Court could have said that the 14th Amendment provides equal protection, and so you can't kill babies anywhere. That's certainly an argument. Professor Robbie George, John Finnis made that argument in an amicus brief to the court. But that's not what they said. They said the issue goes back to the states, and people can vote on it. And so the issue for pro-lifers is that when abortion has come up as a ballot initiative, the pro-abortion policies have succeeded. They've prevailed pretty much every time. So Republicans are in a bad position right now because we're in a whole new ballgame. And so what is required is to win.
Yeah, it really is kind of a give themselves enough rope and they'll, you know, play with it.
Hearts and minds and persuade people that it's wrong to kill babies and it's good to protect life at the state level. But that's, you know, not really a federal matter right now. The Supreme Court has ruled on it. So when Trump and J.D. Vance downplay the issue of abortion, I think they're doing so as a matter of political prudence, but it's also just common sense. They really have nothing to do with that issue right now. unless the Supreme Court is going to reverse its position, which it's not, then that's really a matter for the states, and it's a matter for gubernatorial candidates and state legislature candidates to fight.
And not to debate the point, but just on the definition of babies again, do you think that an IUD kills babies?
Well, an IUD is a contraceptive device, right? So in principle, I'm not, not the biggest expert in contraception. I have 3 kids under 4, but from what I understand, that would prevent the conception of a baby. So
no, it in general prevents the implantation.
See, this is great. This is great. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Michael Knowles is a guy who, like, has dedicated his life to being pro-life. He's dedicated his life to this issue, and he doesn't even understand how one of the most common forms of birth control works. Yeah, no, this is a total dog walk, Solarlander. You've got it completely right. Like, Ryan Grimm just like, you want to come on the show? You want to come on the show? Let's go for have a little show walkies, huh? Let's have a little show walkies, and then like brings them along, lets them sniff the roses and stuff, and just slowly brings them to the park. It really is that level of embarrassing for Michael Knowles. Like, how do you get this far in life and you don't know that? When you are specifically, and like, I'm not faulting a normal person for not knowing that, but his job centers around conservative activism, specifically on issues like being pro-life. So how does he not know the answer to this? Honestly, Gamergy, it must be ridiculously easy to do his job. It must be like ridiculously easy. You don't have to know anything. You can just go in there and be a dumbass and just say whatever's on the teleprompter.
Oh, well, inasmuch, I suppose this would be similar to certain abortifacient drugs, where the
Plan B.
the nature of it, like Plan B, is debated. And some people, you're being, I suppose, a little bit more blunt about it than many pro-sexual revolution types on the left. But many people argue that things like Plan B or things like IUDs are merely contraceptive and not abortifacient. But if they are contraceptive, then they prevent contraception. If they're abortifacient, they obviously involve abortions.
Yeah, it's just a matter of basic fact that sometimes they prevent implantation.
Right.
So you would consider that a baby. So you would say IUDs, if that's the case, if I'm right about that you think that IUDs, a woman with an IUD is like killing babies.
I guess the question you're asking me, is when do I think human life begins? Mm-hmm. And so my answer is, I think it begins at the beginning. I don't know when else you would say it begins. Now, of course, no one's really campaigning in this election.
Where's
they're not even really campaigning on abortion, but no one's really campaigning against IUDs or any contraception or anything like that. We're pointing out that the Democrats have taken their safe, legal, rare position.
See? You see how effortless Ryan makes this look. Like, you see, this is incredible stuff.
Well, they're pointing out against IUDs or any contraception. They're not even really campaigning on abortion, but no one's really campaigning against IUDs or any contraception or anything like that. We're pointing out that the Democrats have taken their safe, legal, rare position. Well, the reason is because the Democrats.
You just said you're voting on kill. You don't want to kill babies.
You like, Ryan,
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So the reason that they're not campaigning on that is because the Democrats have moved the goalposts so far. They used to campaign on safe, legal, and rare. Now they campaign on abortion at any moment up till birth.
Oh, this liar, dude. Yeah, Democrats have moved the goalposts. Ignore what Republicans did by getting rid of Roe v. Wade. Ignore the loss of Roe v. Wade. Democrats are the ones moving the goalposts here. God. Doesn't Project 2025 have stuff in it that's anti-birth control, including IUDs? I don't know the specifics of the Project 2025 birth control stuff that they're advocating, but I do know that the Republican Party is anti-birth control in all forms, including IUD, including the pill, including Plan B, including like literally all of it. Because at the end of the day, people like Michael Knowles believe that if you have sex, you should get STDs. If you have sex outside of marriage, you should get STDs. You should get pregnant, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that if you are having sex outside of marriage, God has ordained that you get those illnesses, you get that pregnancy, et cetera. It is about punishing people who are acting in ungodly ways. And so, like, at the end of the day, like, Michael Knowles here is being kind of disingenuous a little bit, because it's not Democrats that have changed their position on this. It's Republicans. Republicans are the ones who got rid of Roe v. Wade, and it's Republicans who are trying to enforce national abortion bans. They're trying to enforce state-level abortion bans. They're trying to make it a crime for women to cross borders in order to get abortions. Like, nah. Like, the idea that it's Democrats that have been moving the goalposts here is ridiculous.
And including afterbirth. So I know the Democrats are trying to run away with this because it's unpopular, but Andrew Cuomo, when he was governor of New York, was one of the first Democrat governors to change the law to say there will be no restrictions on abortion, even change the penal code such that if you killed a woman who was pregnant, it would no longer be double homicide. It would only be a single homicide. And then he lit up the Freedom Tower pink to celebrate. Tim Walz, as governor of Minnesota, repealed legal protections for babies who are born alive, who survive abortions. Babies can...
Yeah, because it's already a crime to kill them, Michael. Like, this is the thing I don't get, right? Like, does he know it's already a crime to kill a baby outside of the womb? Hey, Michael Knowles, do you know that it's a crime to murder? But murdering someone requires them to have already been born. So, like, you know where I'm going with this? It feels really painfully obvious for me to point this out, but, like, if a baby's been born, then doctors can't kill it, because that would be murder. Even if you call something an abortion and it's actually a murder, that's not like a get out of jail free card. You can't go to your bank, shoot somebody, and then be like, well, I was doing a late-term abortion, Your Honor, and then get off scot-free, which is essentially the world that Michael Knowles is proposing exists right now.
Can survive outside of the womb now as early as 24 weeks, 23 weeks, 22 weeks, even 21 weeks. So it's very, very young. Abortions take place up until the moment of birth. And so previously in Minnesota, there was a law that required doctors to provide medical care to babies who survive abortions, just as you would provide medical care to anybody who needed it. Tim Walz removed those protections. Tim Walz then also removed the reporting requirements. Now, we know the number is disputed, but we know somewhere at least 5, maybe 8, maybe more babies actually were born alive, and they were callously left to die without any medical care. So that's
citation needed.
Where we're fighting the issue right now, because it clarifies the issue so much, and it's where Democrats have brought the
because generally in stories like that, where Republicans point to stories of like a baby was born alive from an abortion and then they left it there to die, generally, guys, those scenarios are with babies that have congenital defects that doctors cannot do anything for, because doctors can't fix everything wrong with an adult human, a child-aged human, or a baby-aged human. They can't fix everything. And sometimes babies get born from an abortion or even non-abortions, and there's nothing that the doctors can do to keep them alive. It's really sad. But that is part of being alive. Not every baby that gets born has internal organs to keep themselves alive. And in a lot of those cases, doctors aren't allowed to, like, you know, they aren't allowed to do, you know, they aren't allowed to do those post-birth abortions. And so what ends up happening is that they have to leave a child with their parents to expire. And that's essentially all you can do sometimes. Sometimes you can't save somebody's life even if they're at the hospital. And I feel like conservatives should know this, that sometimes you get hurt or injured, or you're born injured in a way that like can't be fixed. And so it really makes me sick for Michael Knowles to take stories like this and to try and twist them to make a pro-life argument of like, well, you see, doctors are killing babies, when that's not the case. It's just not the case.
The issue. It's not Republicans who have done that.
Well, Ryan, I saw your reaction to the after birth thing. Did you want to follow up on? I mean, Michael explained what happened in Minnesota, for example, which is it's a matter of not providing care, legalizing the declining to provide care. Is that not? I mean, that is a real thing that both Cuomo, it was something that Ralph Northam advocated for.
I guess, why don't we leave this to doctors? Who am I to,
Because we're
I
citizens
didn't go
of a
to medical
self-governing
school.
republic, and we
What's
have
that?
laws against murder. It's so amazing that the Democrats, who have been campaigning for socialized medicine for decades now, say on this one healthcare issue, we just need to get the government out of it. What are you talking about? We're citizens. We live in a self-governing republic. We have something to say about the laws. That's why we're all talking about an election here, and we're talking about a matter of life and death. Even if you take the babies out of it, for some reason you don't like the babies. But let's say you're just talking about, I don't know, a disabled woman or something, just an adult who's in the room who requires desperate medical care in an emergency room. Would you say that doctors should just ignore her? Wouldn't you say that the law ought to impel medical providers?
The law already does impel medical providers to provide medical aid. What are you talking about, Michael? Those laws also impel medical providers to aid children who are born like only to die. Like that's the thing, right? Like when we're talking about like babies that get born and don't have the capacity to live, we're talking about like babies that are born without like brains. We're talking babies that are born with like gigantic holes in their heart that are inoperable. We're talking about babies that whose lungs don't work. We're talking about babies that cannot stay alive on their own, and frankly cannot even stay alive with medical assistance. Those are the babies that Michael Knowles is currently trying to use. That's the pain he's trying to mine here in order to make a pro-life argument, and I find it frankly very disgusting. Yeah, babies without kidneys. So, like, when Michael Knowles is making these points, he's just, frankly, cynically using the children of grieving parents to try and justify his position. It's really disgusting. This is why I call him demonic. I'm planning my day. How many dogs do you have in you? Salmon Moose? I don't know. Why do you ask?
To provide that urgent medical care. We have plenty of those laws on the books right now. Why is it just the case that when it comes to the most vulnerable little babies, that for them, we, in the words of Ralph Northam, we just kind of put them on a table, maybe make them a little comfortable and have a conversation between the doctors.
Yeah, Quigley in chat, I was born with a hole in my heart. If I'd been born 5 or 10 years earlier, I might not have lived past a year. Yeah, I mean, like, there are kids that get born with conditions that are not conducive to being alive, and it's really sad. If I'm going to be alive, I'm going to be alive until we finish this. We're not even halfway through yet.
Doctor in the mutter to see if
I might do stuff afterwards. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't want babies to die either, but I think it becomes very difficult to talk about when there's an entire movement that thinks that having an IUD is killing a baby. So at that point,
so
you're
you keep
like, well,
trying to change the subject from the real political issue to a contrived political issue, because you know that the real political issue, as it's being fought, the Democrat position is completely indefensible and abhorrent to anyone who has even a modicum of a conscience. So you try to move to a contrived political issue.
So why not argue around there? Like,
right
why not argue around the the final trimester and supporting if a fetus is viable, like then.
Well, hold on. There's a big
yeah,
difference
like-
between the final trimester and an IUD or something, right? There's a lot of space in the middle, and right now the issue.
Yeah. But you don't want any of that space, Michael. You've already talked about that.
Is that abortion is effectively legal at any point, including in some places after birth, which is just.
God. All right. I will be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. I need to take a quick break.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far as rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back.
Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, President Xi. Thank you, exclamation point, for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point.
When we know that she was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people.
And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
President Xi.
They're eating
Exclamation point.
the dog. 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 The cats. 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 The dog. 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 The cats. 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 The dog.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Viva Bojack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream, oh, and he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the bad say when the lies are sold in space? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. Under God, they defend the genocide. They have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. The land is we repent, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To dance as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. The land is we repent, we strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. The dance is rise again, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they win, they can't deny. The land is we repent, we strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. The dance is rise again, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Blog in 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go down. Couch fucker, what's your deal? Shady Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think JD Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? JD Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I return. I'm sorry I was gone for so long. But, you know, sometimes things occur in the building. And I have to go take care of them. Whew. I'm back, y'all. Hey, Derek IT Pro. Hello. Sassy Sassarai. Hello, everyone. How we doing? How dare you exist in a place where things happen? What sort of things? I am not at liberty to divulge. I was vibing to the music? Hell yeah. Hulk Hogan is on stage at the big Trump rally today. I fucking hate this timeline. Yeah, it sucks. If it's any consolation, though, Donald Trump and the Trump campaign are absolutely imploding right now. Like the rally that we're not covering. God, there's like a little like fruit fly in the basement. Why? There's no fruit for you here, fly. Be gone. But apparently some of the speakers at this event said some incredibly derogatory things about Puerto Ricans. And, oh boy, people are really, really mad. And I'm hopeful that will spur some more turnout. John Thomas, thank you so much. I've seen some suggestions from local polling that the situation is nowhere near as the ones coming out of the US. Nani? I just caught massive cringe in the alt tab waiting. Apparently the robot guy who was outed as a creep did a video on women villains. Someone... What? The robot guy. Oh, are you talking about Synthetic Man? You felt real cute today? You're always real cute, Gamer G. Dave Bautista is pro Kamala. True. Just a robot? I don't know who that is. Sorry. Yeah, they went... Guys, they went... Donald Trump and like his spokespeople went on stage today and called Puerto Rico, quote, a giant pile of garbage floating in the ocean, unquote. Like, That's gonna land with Puerto Ricans. They don't tend to take too kindly to the insinuation that they live on a garbage island. So, yeah. Hopefully we get some more turnout from that, huh? Oh, also, I've gotten almost a dozen different regional reports across Indiana. Every single one has at least 2-hour wait times for early voting. That bodes well. Does their vote count? Well, I believe... Let's see. No, they don't have electoral votes or representation in Congress. But there are a lot of Puerto Ricans stateside who will vote accordingly. It's about Madison Square Garden. Yeah, the Madison Square Garden thing, you guys were not kidding. When I was on the toilet, I saw a couple of clips coming out of that, and it's bad. It's really bad. Like they're really trying to recreate like the Nazi march through Madison Square Garden. Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of Puerto Ricans in some pretty key states that might be that might be swayed by the Republican Party vilifying the entire island of Puerto Rico. Yeah, when even Rick Scott comes out and is like, "Whoa, guys, we went too far there as Republicans." Like, you messed up. You goofed. Their relatives living here sure care? Oh, yes, they do. They'll disavow it. It's hard to disavow when it's like one of their last minute like crown jewel moments of like campaigning, you know? They don't have any representation. In Canada, we have provinces and territories, to be honest. Oh yeah, John Bainbridge, in the United States, our territories have no voting rights. So if you are a territory of the United States, you do not get any kind of representation. You don't get to vote in the presidential election. Or rather, if you do vote in the presidential election, like you don't get any electoral votes, so it functionally doesn't matter. Thistles Fries, thank you for becoming a member of the Riverboat Gang over on YouTube. Also, Lucy Hayes, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, folks. Yeah, Olive Rider, it's been really bad. Like, in the span of, like, a couple hours here, the fallout has been, like, measurably
Hey Jack,
bad
I
for
just
Trump.
wanted to let you know that you are seen and supported. We know that you're under a lot of stress right now, so just know that we love and support you. BWA.
Captain Crockpot, thank you for the $5 dono, and I very much appreciate it, because I am under a lot of stress right now. I feel like I'm being aged, like in a machine. It's not good. It feels bad to be this stressed out and this sleep deprived. But thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you for supporting the show. It means a lot, especially on a stream day where like I don't usually stream, and like, you know, we're covering stuff. Welcome, Lucy Raiders. Hazers. Let's see here. I just wanted to bring this up here. Where is it? Yeah, here's you know what? We're time out. Here's Governor Walz and AOC reacting to the comment that I was just telling you all about. Here we go.
These are terrifying.
Absolutely wild times. It really, really is. And, you know, there's a lot going on. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico. Okay. All right. Okay. We're getting there. No,
Who is that jackwad? Who is that guy?
Actually, I think that's Tony Hinchcliffe, which is super disappointing. I mean, I don't. He's a comedian. I don't
Yeah, but
follow
look,
this
Trump,
like
this
crew
issue
very
with Puerto
closely.
Rico
but-
again. I saw it. This was when he went down after Helene, the horrific hurricane. People there, everybody coming together. We sent helicopters down from Minnesota and personnel. You know, this is how you do this during this. And in the first hours, Trump complaining about the response. Does anybody remember how he responded to Maria in Puerto Rico?
Dude.
It was absolutely horrific. Down there insulting people, throwing it. Look, I know.
Yeah, he was
the folks around
throwing
here, they
aid to Puerto
understand this.
Ricans after the
People in
hurricane.
Puerto Rico are citizens. They pay taxes and they serve in the military at almost a higher rate than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's like super upsetting. Obviously, it's super upsetting to me. My family is from Puerto Rico. I'm Puerto Rican, and like the thing that is so messed up that I wish more people understood is that the things that they do in Puerto Rico are a testing ground for the policies and the horrors that they wish to and that they do unveil in working class communities across the United States.
No, like she's 100% correct here, guys. Like the same way Gaza for Israel for a long time was a place to test out like law enforcement gear, and like Gaza became known as like the place to test out crowd control, you know, police action. In America, we treat Puerto Rico very similarly for like, you know, unethical, bankrupting business practices. Like effectively the entire island's budget right now is tied up by private companies that came in, bought up everything for a song, bought the rights to like the public utilities of Puerto Rico, all of like the public interest, like services and facilities, and then they jacked up the prices in order to basically turn the impoverished working class of Puerto Rico into essentially like sharecropped individuals. Like they are being like forced into servitude via the economic conditions being imposed upon the island, and it's disgusting. You can actually see like generations of Puerto Rican families getting forced out of their homes because of like the gentrifying effects of rich assholes. Like I think like Logan Paul like tried to move to Puerto Rico in order to like avoid taxes and also like buy a gigantic home, but like everyone there hated him, so he left. Like it's really it's disaster capitalism manifest over there, and it's really unfortunate for the people of Puerto Rico, and it's also what's leading to mass political movement there of like trying to get independence. It's why the independence movement is like so strong in Puerto Rico, and it's also why like they've never been able to decide on being like a state or independent, and so they continue to exist in this legal gray zone where companies can take even more advantage of them, and it's really awful. Like,
and I need people to understand that when you have some a-hole.
Oh yeah, they do it a lot in Hawaii too, but Hawaii has the ability to do one thing as a state that Puerto Rico can't do as a territory, and that is declare bankruptcy. If you're a state, you can declare bankruptcy and discharge all of your debts. If you're a territory, you can't do that. And so you live perpetually under, you know, debt bondage as like a territorial entity. It's really messed up.
Calling Puerto Rico floating garbage, know that that's what they think about you. That is exactly, like, look, that's just what they think about you. It's what they think about anyone who makes less money than them. It's what they think about the people who serve them food in a restaurant. It's what they think about the people who fold their clothes in a store. Like,
you're
dude,
right.
Are you?
Yeah, they fundamentally, Republicans like this guy, like Donald Trump, fundamentally view you as disposable, like you are garbage. And if you vote for someone like that, you're just validating their worldview that you and everyone you know and love are garbage people.
You serious?
The
Like, are
privilege
you
of being-
serious?
Yeah, the privilege of being on this campaign is traveling across the entire country. There are hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans across in battleground states that need to send them a message on this. Need to send
I want them to
They
like
gotta vote.
roll that. I want everyone in Philadelphia to see that clip. If you live in Philly, why don't you go and see
Or
that clip?
Reading. Yes.
If you
across
live
this
in
country.
Reading, Pennsylvania, which I was there, I was in Reading last week. If
You're-
you're in Reading,
Great
if you're in
community.
Philly,
Super. Yeah.
look at that trash. Like, what is trash is people actually just thinking of other human beings that way. Are you actually for real? And the thing that gets me is that these people rely, their entire lives rely on working class people.
Yep.
If you have
Oh, yeah.
someone that's not there to harvest the crops that show up in your grocery store,
They
in
don't
your
show up.
Erewhon or your Whole Foods or wherever it is that you go to eat, if you think lesser of working class Americans, of
Caring
people
for
who
our
are
children.
Yeah. I mean, like, I hope every single person in this country gets to see that clip. Because frankly, Republicans do not give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about the people who make their hamburgers or flip or flip their tires. They don't care. They don't care if you are doing service work for Republicans. They do not value you. All right, we're jumping back in. We're gonna finish this this Michael Knowles debate situation. Here we go. Also, we've been going for a few hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, because those are what allow me to continue streaming despite being the way I am. All right, here we go. And we're back. Here we go.
Called murder. So I think what the Democrats are trying to do is really blur this issue, and I'm all for having bioethical debates over the origin of life and all the right. I find that all very interesting. But we're in an election season, and what I'm observing is the actual political issue, the actual political the policies that are being advanced by the Democrats right now, all concern those latter stages, the much clearer point of this, up until the moment of birth, shout your abortion, changing the penal code, for goodness sakes, in New York. Why is it that the Democrats, why is it that you, Ryan, when we're debating this right now, you are desperately trying to avoid that part of it? Because you know that that's a losing issue for people.
Well, I'll tell you the reason. My view on this is I don't even want to have a view on this. Like,
Exactly.
I don't want to have anything to do with it. Like, I want this
Slavery
decision
doesn't
to be left
concern me.
between women
That's an
and,
issue
and
for
their
the southern
doctor.
states. Forget about that. It's
Not the
can't I
southern
just live
states.
my
It's
life?
for women and their doctors just work this. Like, I trust them to make the decision that is best for them. And there's so much to think about in this world that like
There's
why
so
do I
much
need
to think about.
I'm
So
curious.
why do I have to
curious
talk about infanticide or the law
So why-
or elections or politics? I don't
Where-
know, bro.
where
Because
on
you're
your
a
list is
citizen
this?
in a self-governing republic, and this is a deeply important moral issue.
There's a lot of deeply important moral issues. Why do you care so much about this? I'm just curious. I don't even necessarily want to debate the question because I'm not sure
I'll
there's
tell you
even
why.
that much point. But what
I'm happy to tell you why.
Yeah.
Because the right to life is not just one right among many. It's not like the privilege to drive a car or the right to smoke a cigarette at the age of 21. The right to life is the fundamental right on which all of the other rights rely. It cuts down to the very core of our being. So this is why we have very serious laws against murder. It's why we take murder laws and murder trials more seriously than laws about jaywalking or tickets about parking. So this is obviously a really important issue, cuts to the heart of who we are, how we think about all of morality and all of the law and all of the human person. And the people who we're talking about here are the most vulnerable people among us who don't have a voice, who are innocent little babies. So to me, that seems kind of important. You know, I know there are a lot of big issues in the world, but I think I would.
Okay, but he doesn't care about like adult people. He doesn't care about fully grown people. Like all of the policies that he's ever pushed for in his entire life are for harming people who have already been born. That Michael Knowles' main platform is how he can more effectively negatively impact other people in this world.
I would put jaywalking or even tax rates at a less significant part of this debate than, say, the right to life.
Yeah. I mean, when again, pursuing that question, like when in your life did women's pregnancies become like something that you were like, this is the thing I really am going to make my...
Well, it's not women's pregnancies became important to me when my wife was pregnant for the first time because I had to, go get her like snacks and things at night. But life, the question of human life, morality has been a question for a long time. I mean, if you're interested in politics and you're not interested in practical morality, well, I don't really know what you're doing because the law, by definition, is a codification of practical moral views. And I, by the way,
but I mean, I guess for you, is this like an always thing? Like, was this an always thing? Like the first time in like middle school you learned about it, you're like, I need to fight for these.
I mean, he's Catholic, right, Michael?
No. I'm Catholic, but I was an apostate for a long time. So I was, from the age of 13 to 23, I was pretty irreligious. And so I was in favor of legal abortion. I had no problem with it. I didn't understand why pro-lifers believed in it. And I was having a lunch one day during a summer fellowship with a bioethicist. And she was asking me my views on things. And I said, I'm a Republican. I like low taxes, but I don't care about abortion. I think it's fine. And then we had a long conversation about it. And she persuaded me that I was wrong. So I know in our modern day, it's unusual for people to be persuaded by arguments, but she persuaded me that there's really no argument for abortion, and that the argument in favor of life and defending the preborn is pretty much rock solid.
You were 23?
No, I was 21 during that lunch. I was 23 when I reverted to the church.
And so you're 21 and you got argued into being anti-abortion
by a very intelligent bioethicist. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
So on that point,
interesting.
Now,
yes, you see, he must have been argued into it by a very intelligent person. The smartest boy, the smartest girl, was the only one capable of swaying him. The most brilliantest boy in the college.
Ryan asked a question earlier that to all of this, at the heart of all of this, he said, well, when is the beginning? When does the beginning begin? And an issue where that question is incredibly salient is on IVF, which has become something of an election issue because Donald Trump is now campaigning on being, what did he say, the father of IVF, something to that extent. And Michael, you're a staunch opponent of IVF for a lot of the reasons that we've already talked about. So how do you sort of square that circle? How do you justify support for Donald Trump, somebody who's even walked back prior pro-life statements and seemed to, at least for the sake of political expediency, I don't actually know what's in his heart or what he really believes, kind of moderate on that particular issue, and then extend it to him calling himself the father of IVF, campaigning on free IVF, like universal IVF access by the federal government or through some combination of federal grants and state grants. How do you sort of rationalize supporting Trump if, as you say, human life is really the fundamental question of our politics?
Sure. Well, there are two parts to that. One, on President Trump speaking more ambiguously about pro-life. I actually think that's probably a good idea. I would encourage him to be a little more ambiguous, just as a matter of political prudence. I wouldn't encourage him to lie. It would be immoral to lie. But in terms of downplaying an issue, the one issue that the Democrats seem to be winning on, I think that's probably a good idea because, to quote Cocaine Mitch McConnell, the winners go to Washington to make laws and the losers go home. So I really don't have a problem with prudence in politics. When it comes to in vitro fertilization, there's another...
Yeah, that's the thing. He does lie, right? Like, he's been demonstrably shown to be a liar in the in the span of this conversation.
Reminder that politics is the art of the possible. It's the art of the second best and the art of inclusion. A lot of arts in politics. And in vitro fertilization is a relatively novel technology that poses complex bioethical questions that most people have never considered because it's not their job to consider it. And it's
I guarantee you the people who considered getting IVF have considered it, Michael. I guarantee you that a lot of people have actually considered these questions. People get IVF all the time, Michael.
just, they go about their lives, and it's kind of a new idea. This is true even among pro-lifers. So when we're talking about a relatively small subset of the population that views IVF to be morally unacceptable, you're talking about a small number of people. Add on.
Yeah, currently, by the way, the IVF, let's see, the global fertility market is around $34.7 billion in value at the moment.
To that many people know someone or know someone who knows someone who was conceived via IVF, and though that would not be morally dispositive, just as you'd say, I know people who have been conceived in the case of rape. Their lives are, of course, as valuable as anyone else's life. They have a right to life, but that's not to justify rape, of course. Like that, good ends don't.
I mean, it feels kind of like that's what you're doing, though. Like it kind of feels like you're saying that it was good to force that rape victim to give birth. Like you're trying to make the argument here, Michael, that like the rape was bad, but forcing the mother to give birth was good. Because but good ends don't justify bad means, but you're justifying the bad mean by justifying someone who is being forced to give birth. Like that's your fundamental proposition here on this issue.
Don't justify immoral means, but it's difficult to overcome that emotional hurdle, that hurdle of pathos. So I think probably the prudent thing to do here. The Catholics have always been opposed to IVF because the Catholics take bioethics very seriously. That's not just the Catholics. The Southern Baptist Convention just came out. This is the largest Protestant denomination in the country. Just came out and said IVF is probably morally unacceptable. Most people just don't know why. They don't realize that IVF creates lots and lots of embryos that will be destroyed or frozen indefinitely. They don't consider that IVF commodity.
Okay, so his position is that IVF is evil. Okay, gotcha. And he's trying to be real cagey about it. It's weird. I mean, most people don't know why it's evil, but, it's very evil. The most evil thing you can do.
Is human life. It turns human life, humans from proper subjects with rights into objects, commodities to be bought and sold, traded at the baby store. It raises all sorts of questions over who has rights in reproduction.
Michael, we're talking about cells, man. They aren't made into a babe. They need to be implanted first. Like, you understand that, right?
Traditionally understood, the only people...
The Southern Baptists only exist because there were Baptists who wanted to keep slavery, so pardon me for not giving a damn what the Southern Baptists think. Well, that's the thing, Gamergy. Michael Knowles also doesn't give a damn about what the Southern Baptists think. He's a Catholic. He thinks that they are fundamentally wrong and backwards, so, like, dropping this citation seems really weird.
People have rights in reproduction are babies to be the right...
Turning humans into commodities sounds an awful lot like capitalism. You mean selling labor?
To be the product of the specific conjugal act of their parents joined together in marriage.
I don't understand what they get out of pretending that IVF is evil. Well, Sassy Sassarai, the main thing that they get is that their ideology kind of pigeonholes them into needing to make this argument. Because the point that they have run with, by the way, that is not biblical in nature, is that life begins at conception. That life begins when that sperm enters that ovum, And that is when a baby is considered to them to be a baby. And so, because they've taken that party line for decades now, it kind of puts them in an uncomfortable spot where they have to like go out there and be like, yeah, it is, yeah, that's it's an evil sin. Mm-hmm. They're just in like this weird position where they can't escape from a very inconvenient position. I know I said the word position a lot there. I'm sorry.
Marriage. Now we have this notion that people have a right to a baby, just like, I don't know, a wealthy woman has the right to a handbag or something. That's obviously not acceptable. But people haven't really considered all of this. You know, I mean, this is kind of new stuff. And so I give people a lot of grace on it, you know, and I just think we need to work this out. I really agree with the Baptists in their statement. People need to work this out, consider this issue. I hope they do it before some of the negative consequences emerge, because IVF, no matter what fine effects come as a result, IVF establishes the domination of science and technology over the origin and destiny of human life. All that said, 13 days to a presidential election, you are not going to radically persuade hundreds of millions of people of a complex and nuanced bioethical point with regard to a novel technology that most people consider to be an unmitigated good. It's just not going to happen. So if some political candidates want to, you know, kind of dance around the issue or not address it.
Well, look, Trump's leaning all into it. Trump's leaning fully into it.
Just as an FYI, the first IVF birth took place in 1978. This is not that novel of a technology.
He said, I'm the father of IVF.
Other Republican senators have done that too. And you know, the thing is, I don't think he's being cynical about that. I don't think he's being opportunistic. I fully grant, as somebody who takes this matter very seriously, and I think about bioethics a lot, it's complex. It requires, you know, some nuance.
It's only slightly more novel than like the invention of penicillin. Come on.
Understanding and an examination of first principles. And so I bet Trump is right. And I bet, you know, if he could have a conversation with a bioethicist like I had, I don't know, maybe he might be persuaded like I was.
If he's against people treating embryos as objects, that means he's also against parents treating their children as extensions of themselves and having to dress and follow the parents' rules and ideas.
Unfortunately, his holy book doesn't really follow that train of logic, so you lost him on that one. Thank you for the $5 dono, though.
Trump being persuaded of something is
Trump
funny.
talking to a bioethicist is funny in
yeah,
it.
that's all that's pretty amusing to think of. Let me run something past you, get your reaction to it. You know, from the feminist perspective and also broadly from a left-wing perspective, there's always a lot of skepticism of people who say that they are opposed to abortion because they're out to protect babies. That the idea is like, okay, maybe some of the people who are marching in the streets believe that, but the leaders of the movement, they actually have a much bigger agenda at play here. And that agenda is pushing back against women's rights, against the entire sexual revolution, which they think was a mistake in the 60s and the 70s. That maybe modernity itself was a giant mistake. All these women in the workplace, so you want to go.
By the way, every single generation has had people that are like, modernity was a mistake. You know, you had it when like the Industrial Revolution happened. You had it when like people moved to cities for the first time. You had like, you can go back and look at the writings of people in those time periods, and they all think of that like the new way is wrong and weird and bad. The old ways were good. By his logic, oral is cannibalism. Brutus Magnuson, yeah. By his logic, yeah. I mean, he would argue around that and say like, oh, well, you know, it has to be in the egg before it counts. But like, honestly, I feel like if you take his position to its logical like extension, like, yeah, the component parts of what goes into that would also be considered, what goes into conception would also be considered sacred and wasteful to use outside of a marriage. You know, like, if you're masturbating, that's a crime. If you are, you know, ovulating and not conceiving, that's a crime. Like, honestly, like, it's really not that much farther away from where Michael Knowles is currently to believe those things.
Back to a different time. Make America great again. Maybe even back to before America. Emily was telling me you had a funny quote of like, you don't want to go back to the 1950s.
1220.
Yeah. 1220. Okay. Right. So people hear that and they're like, oh, okay, I get it. This guy's just against all of modernity, basically, and women's liberation that came along with it. So is it a coincidence that those things align, and that they just happen to be separate, or do you see your mission against abortion rights as part and parcel of a kind of cultural counter-revolution?
I think you're thinking about it too deeply. I just think it's wrong to kill babies. Now, when you're talking about cynical or opportunistic motivations among leadership, I don't know. I see more cynicism on the side of the men who say that they're totally in favor of abortion. I think that allows men to use women for their sexual pleasure and then to not have any accountability. And, you know, I think...
Yeah, no, see, this is it, right? Like, men can use women for their sexual pleasure, and then, well, they aren't receiving the proper punishments. Yeah, exactly. Like, he wants you to be punished for being sinful. Like, he wants immediate punishment for your sins, even if whether you believe in his religion or not. Also, No Justice, thank you very much for the raid. KF Logan, thank you for the raid as well. Folks, go check out KF Logan 1875 as well as No Justice MTG. Go check them out on YouTube and on Twitch. Excellent content creators, fellow friends of the show. And please, raiders, come in, make yourselves comfy. We're finishing up this Ryan Grimm kind of blowing the back off of Michael Knowles.
I think it's just men saying, hey, honey, don't worry, I'll pay for the abortion. Please allow me to use you without any accountability. So I find a lot.
You know the women have like a say in that, Michael. Like, even if a guy buys them an abortion, like they can just say, no, I'm gonna be pregnant anyway. Sorry. Like, it's their body, man. You don't seem to get this.
A lot more cynicism there. In terms of women's liberation, I don't know. It doesn't seem to have worked out very well. There was a study that came out of Yale, I think in 2008, somewhere around there, that measured female happiness. The study is the paradox of declining female happiness.
My theory is that Michael Knowles has never experienced sexual attraction in his entire life, and he's like, you know, being weird about it.
And it observed that since women's liberation, so-called, in the early 1970s, women's happiness, self-reported happiness, has declined, both in objective measures and relative to men. So they've become significantly less happy than men have over that time. Now you have huge swaths of American women.
Although men have also become, men have also become significantly unhappy over decades. So I think we should go back to the kitchen.
That would be another argument that would be I think
that's where we would find happiness, right? We could.
Ryan is so like demure and like chill that whenever he throws like a little jab out there, it seems to land a little bit. Like it takes Michael Knowles aback. Like, look, he looks shocked right now.
Cook and clean.
Take care of the kids. Well, no, I think probably your point here is making my point, which is that men also are becoming less happy. Maybe there's something going a little bit wrong in the modern world. To bring us back to our first point, we used to conduct elections neatly and easily. We don't do that. Maybe something's going wrong in the modern world. So
by the way, I'm also just FYI, I'm just skeptical of a lot of those surveys. I wrote a book. It's actually, is it back here? Yeah, there it is. On social history of drug use. There was a thing in the 40s and 50s called Mother's Little Helper. All of the women's magazines were heavily marketing amphetamines to women throughout the country. Yeah. They're absolutely miserable and just hopped up on this speed.
Now we just put them on Xanax. There's so much progress we've had. It's
Michael, the point that he's making is that they were unhappy. They were deeply, deeply unhappy. And you're trying to paint that time period as the time they were happy. Ryan's presenting to you the fact that they were not happy. And you're like, and we've made so much progress since then. You're getting blown out of the water here, man, and you don't even realize it.
It seems to me that when people say it's a paradox of declining female happiness because of all of the advantages of the women's lib, I don't think there have been advantages. I think it's robbed women of a lot of things they like. And you can see this in a debate, not between conservatives, but among feminists. There's a famous debate between Betty Friedan, an American feminist, and Simone de Beauvoir, who's a French feminist and the strumpet of Jean-Paul Sartre. And they were debating whether or not women should be permitted to stay home and of Sartre, yes. They were debating whether women ought to be.
Michael Knowles feels very clever by being able to call someone from 100 years ago a slut. Like, that's the kind of guy he is. Like, he feels nothing. Like, honestly, kind of psychopathic behavior.
Permitted to stay home and keep house and raise a family. And Betty Friedan, being the American, she said, yes, of course women should have that choice, but they should also have the choice to go into the workplace if they want. And Simone de Beauvoir, who I think is a more intelligent and insightful feminist, she said, no, women cannot be given the choice to stay home, because if women are given that choice, too many of them will take it. They would prefer, most women will be inclined to do something like that, and that will inhibit women's liberation. So I take the feminists at their word. I think they really did want to weaken the family structures, diminish women's opportunities.
They wanted to weaken the structures of the family that made them patriarchal. Michael, the patriarchal aspect of the family, Michael. The aspect of the family that was embodied by a chatter we had just today, coming in, talking and bragging about how his presence made his wife and daughter flinch. That patriarchal structure, Michael. Yeah. I think that kind of deserves to go, actually.
Opportunities to stay home, to raise a family. You've seen, obviously, declining family sizes. We've now been below replacement birth rate in America since the beginning of this era, and since 1971 or so. So I don't know, it just hasn't really worked out that well. And I think people are becoming really...
I don't know if it hasn't worked out that well. It seems like a lot of people still want to come here, huh? Like, it clearly worked out well enough that people still come here. And because of our immigration rates, we're able to actually grow our population. So that actually seems like a good thing, huh?
Sad and really angry all the time. And I think anger is a consequence of sadness because people don't know how to deal with their sorrow. And so that just seems objectively true. And if things are really fraying and have been fraying over the past 50 years, it doesn't seem so crazy to me to say, hey, how about we avail ourselves of the wisdom of the ages? Not the stuff that worked in the 1950s or the 1220s or whatever, but the things that have consistently worked throughout all of history. That seems like the common sense position.
Well, and so Ryan mentioned, or you mentioned Occupy Wall Street earlier, and I think, I don't want to put words in Ryan's mouth, but I think a lot of the left would posit that this decline in happiness came alongside deindustrialization and heightened predatory capitalism, essentially. And I actually think there's probably something to that. And you and I probably agree on a lot of these cultural questions, Michael. I know we agree on a lot of these cultural questions. I think people's misery and selfishness is reflected in the business community. And then I see, Donald Trump campaigning with Elon Musk, and I think Elon Musk is amusing, but I also wonder how that's hitting people in the Rust Belt. I was at Butler when Elon Musk was there, and people were going crazy for him. They really liked him. Granted, those were people at a MAGA rally, but anyway, all that is to say, to what level do you think actually?
Granted, they were people who were complete and utter dipshits, but
predatory industrial capitalism run by, as you and I would describe them, like secular business predators, or just secular businessmen. To what role or at what level do you think that's contributed to declining happiness?
Yeah, I think Elon is sort of the exception, or he's a contrarian, which is why people who otherwise would despise these, zillionaires, people like Bill Gates, say, are applauding for him, because he's saying, look, there's something that's really gone wrong in our society, and he's trying to fix it. But I totally agree. I think there are perfectly legitimate right-wing conservative criticisms of modern capitalism. I mean, and I think Trump would make that point. I think this is why Trump also was able to bring the head of the Teamsters Union over to the RNC, and have major labor unions not endorse Kamala. Kamala still has that guy who's like Tony Soprano and Archie Bunker from the Longshoremen, but she's really lost support among labor. So,
she hasn't, though. Like, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, Michael Knowles is just lying. Kamala hasn't lost support among labor.
This is a critique that's come up through Trump, but also beyond that. And what is it? Well, it's that the markets are great, and we support economic prosperity, but you can't put the cart before the horse. You have to recognize, to the point we were discussing earlier with Ryan, that there are moral considerations.
Like, I'm sorry, let's just take a look. Here are the unions that back Kamala Harris. Okay? The Actors Equity Association, AFL-CIO, New York State AFL-CIO, Amalgamated Transit Union, American Federation of Government Employees, American Federation of School Administrators, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, American Federation of Musicians, American Federation of Teachers, American Postal Workers Union, Association of Flight Attendants, Communication Workers of America, International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Joint Council 28, Local 186, and Local 572, International Longshoremen, International Longshore and Warehouse Union, International Organization of Masters, Mates, and Pilots, International Union of Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers, International Union of Elevator Constructors, International Union of Operating Engineers, International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, Laborers International Union of North America, National Education Association, National Nurses United, National Union of Healthcare Workers, North America's Building Trades Union, Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, Seafarers International Union, Service Employees International Union, Unite Here, United Auto Workers, United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America, United Farm Workers, United Food and Commercial Workers International, United Steelworkers, and Writers Guild of America Westpac. Like, nah, dude. Nah, dude. Anyway, yeah, no workers support Kamala Harris.
Considerations here. And if you untether the market from any moral considerations, you're going to be sunk and everybody's going to be miserable. And maybe your GDP ticks up, but it's not even reflecting economic health, because you can game the system very easily. I mean, if drug dealers are trading fentanyl or people are going to brothels, I guess that could be reflected in a higher GDP, but it doesn't mean your country is really healthier. So to the point, I think Ryan made a really good point earlier that we have to take into consideration, which is when our friend here waved the white flag on talking about later term abortion, he said, look, I just don't want to think about it. Why do I have to think about these moral questions? And the answer is, well, because you're a citizen and we're supposed to have a self-government here. And when John Adams says the Constitution's built for moral and religious people, that's not just some nice platitude that you hear at evangelical camps and, brunches. That
evangelical camps and brunches that you hate. You're Catholic, Michael. At least I'm pretty sure he's Catholic. He's referenced evangelicals an awful lot in this conversation. Maybe he doesn't want to advertise that he's Catholic. Because the whole Christian nationalism thing doesn't really include Catholics.
He's really warning you of something. John Adams was not the most orthodox Christian.
Let me tell you something. Catholics and Protestants have been at war with each other for since Martin Luther. If he wants to make this unholy alliance, y'all are gonna fight as soon as you run out of trans people to massacre or whatever.
in the world by any stretch. He was making an empirical observation that our constitutional system and
Oftentimes literal
things like
warfare,
free
Olive Ryder.
enterprise do not work if people are not constrained by morality. What could happen then is you could have something that is used for a great good, like markets, be used for terrible evil, for the exploitation of workers, which, if you're a Christian, that's one of the 4 sins that cries out to God for vengeance. You know, I mean, that's a really awful and evil thing to do. People who are putting mere profits over the common good and the health of their country. That's something that that the conservatives have to watch out for too. But I think really the rise of the Trump movement and populism and the MAGA movement, whatever you want to call it, over the old stale Chamber of Commerce kind of republicanism, I think it's responding to that need. And I think it's why you're seeing labor come over. I think it's why you're seeing a Kennedy, for goodness sakes, come over. I think it's why you're seeing people like Tulsi Gabbard come over. The Republicans, bizarrely, you wouldn't have predicted it 20 years ago, have become the party that are responding to the real moral crisis brought about by markets and labor.
I mean, it's just funny that Donald Trump is the guy leading that party to its, so it's moral victory. So I mean, I think
I don't know why it's funny. I really, I get it.
The guy has probably promised to pay for. I don't think he's paid for any abortions because he doesn't pay his contractors or subcontractors. Why would he actually go through on paying for an abortion? But you don't think he's like suggested to somebody that he would pay for their abortion? I mean, look at the guy. Like the guy's life is a caricature of immorality. Like it's fine. Like you can do whatever he wants. I don't care.
I don't know. I don't really speculate.
Like
on
the idea that like this.
Oh well, I don't really speculate on his personal life.
This is the guy that would be a role model for.
Well, no,
this moral rectitude is kind of comical.
Ryan, if you were religious, you wouldn't find it comical. You might find it delightful, but you wouldn't find it comical. Because God uses
because we're talking about the soul, Ryan. We're talking about the soul, okay? The eternal soul, all right? And when you play around with sin, Ryan, your eternal soul can get used up like chewed gum. Okay, and once it's all chewed up like that, God won't want you anymore unless you accept the healing power of Jesus Christ. And, God uses all kinds of people to make his points, Ryan. He uses flawed instruments in order to do great things. The most banal platitude imaginable from Michael Knowles is about to come.
All sorts of imperfect people for his ends. If you're Christian, you certainly believe that. And so the left, ironically, I was speaking with a very close left-wing friend of mine who said she really hated Trump. And she just...
What very close left-wing friend do you have, Michael Knowles? I need names.
Is a good person, unlike Trump. And what's funny is that was Trump's answer. He says, I try to be a good person. I try not to commit sins. But of course, all sin and fall short of the glory of God. So you're speculating without any basis on all sorts of private sins that Trump in principle could have committed, even though, again, there's no evidence for it.
Unfortunately, we don't have to do as much speculation as
I mean, he's
did.
Definitely an open adulterer. That much is.
He's lived a very flamboyant life, and he's done all sorts of terrible things, and he's been totally open about a lot of those things. But I suppose the point here, from my perspective as a Christian, is, yeah, right. That is how God works. God uses flawed vessels. And believe it or not, Donald Trump, because he's had the spotlight on him for a long time, it's very easy to say he did that terrible thing and he did that awful thing and he did that evil thing. But believe it or not, Ryan, you've done very evil things too. And if you think that God can use you to do good,
Believe it or not, Michael, or believe it or not, Ryan, you're actually the devil incarnate. Did you know that? Did you know that you're actually like Satan himself? But God still loves you, Ryan. He still loves you. So it's okay. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Howdy, folks. We are covering this delightful back and forth between Ryan Grimm and Michael Knowles, and it do be doing.
Oh geez, not Michael no less.
Two Dad Smooch, and thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. And welcome, folks. My name's Riverboat Jack. I'm a socialist. I'm a trans woman. I use she, her pronouns. I talk about the news and politics. And welcome, folks. We're having a good time over here. Get cozy.
Things.
Here.
It's very easy to say he did that terrible thing and he did that awful thing and he did that evil thing. But believe it or not, Ryan, you've done very evil things too. And if you think that God can use you to do good things, if God can use me to do good things, it shouldn't be surprising that God can use Trump. But what Christian...
Okay, counterpoint though, I don't believe that God uses me to do anything. And if I don't believe in that, then like... then the responsibility is purely on the individual, right? Like, it's so interesting how people like Michael Knowles are all about personal responsibility until it's like one of their guys, and then it's just like, well, God uses flawed instruments to achieve perfect ends. And it's like, what about that personal responsibility though? What about that? You literally compared abortion to murder here, and like Ryan's just like, well, what if Donald Trump is a murderer in the same way that you've been talking about? And you immediately default to, well, you know, God uses imperfect vessels, which is like, what are you doing? Your entire premise is undermined by that, Michael. Did we watch the Trump rally in New York today? No, today we're doing catch up. We'll probably watch that tomorrow because we watched approximately 10 seconds of it, which was a guy calling Puerto Rico a trash island, and AOC and Governor Walz reacting to that, which was good. I'm glad we went over that, but that was about as much of that as we've covered today, and oh boy, it's a lot.
Christians say on Easter Sunday is they say, oh, happy fault that won for us so great, so glorious a Redeemer. They actually celebrate the fall of man, the original sin, because it can not that it's a good thing in itself, but it actually brought about this great glory and redemption. So I don't know.
Counterpoint. Not everyone believes that.
I think Americans like a comeback story. I think Americans like redemption and they like grace. And I think the gracelessness of the left, the total lack of charity of the left, has repelled a lot of people.
A redemption story, though, requires somebody to be seeking redemption. Is there an...
I love Ryan Grimm so much.
I know nominative determinism isn't real, but imagine attempting to get information from Michael Knowles.
True. Sakya Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. And yeah, it's... Honestly, I love Ryan Grimm's approach with these far-right, like, conservative, you know, talking heads like Michael Knowles or Matt Walsh. He's just so aggressively chill, and it's so clear that they don't know how to deal with that. You know, like, Michael Knowles looks like he's on the edge of his seat every time he finishes talking to Ryan, and he's bracing himself for impact for the next thing Ryan's about to say, because Ryan's just being a very chill and, you know, inquisitive soul, and I love that about him.
Any evidence that you've
seen?
There's
a lot of evidence that
Trump is seeking redemption?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's recanted a lot of his previous views and behaviors, and I think he's owned up to being kind of a rough...
Has he, though? Because I haven't seen any evidence of that whatsoever.
Guy. I remember one time he was asked if he had a beer, and he said, no, you know, I'm the only president that's never had a beer. It's the only good thing you can say about me. Can you imagine if I had a beer, if I were a drinker, I'd be the worst. That's called humility. And I think Donald...
That's not humility, man. That's the equivalent of bragging about how humble you are. That's quite literally the equivalent of like, oh man, I'm so humble. No one's ever been as humble as me. And I'm pretty sure he's actually said that. In fact, Donald Trump, no one is more humble than me. Let's see. Here we go. Do we have the clip? It was from 60 Minutes in 2016. I want to find the video clip. Do we have it? Can I find it? Oh, God. Yep, it's from the 60s. It's from the 60 Minutes interview. Here's Philip Bump, national, Washington Post national columnist. I think I am actually humble. I think I'm much more humble than you would understand. My humbleness defies your comprehension. Essentially. Yeah, this is a guy who's really good at, recanting.
Donald Trump, ironically enough, exhibits a lot more...
Wait, did you find it, Gayfesh? Also, hello, Gayfesh. Oh, chat.
When you were in Iowa, you went to a church service. The sermon was in part on humility. What did you take away from that?
Well, you know, they didn't really know I was coming because of security reasons, okay? And
oh my God, okay. Can I just say it's crazy how much more coherent he is compared to where he is now in 2016?
So we just sort of showed up. Maybe they changed quickly, or maybe it was coincidence, but it was actually in humility. I don't know. It was very good. It was a very nice service, beautiful church. I liked it.
But with humility.
Wait, this isn't the clip? Damn it.
You're not known to be a humble man, but I wonder.
I think I am actually humble. I think I'm much more humble than you would understand.
Okay, that digging for the clip was absolutely worth it. This is great. Amazing stuff.
Humility than most people in our political class, certainly than the sanctimonious left, which ironically is totally bereft of sanctity.
Pretty sure you just said that Trump betrays a lot of humility.
I think Trump demonstrates humility. Ironically.
I mean,
a lot more than the left, yeah.
I think there is something that people miss with why Trump appeals to like normal Americans, because he is like self-deprecating.
It's his humility.
Sometimes.
It's his humility. He does make fun of himself.
Yeah. He does make fun of himself. Yeah, like he let Fallon ruffle his hair, something like that. But
God, we are still plagued by that moment. Fuck Jimmy Fallon. For like, I don't know. I was gonna say whitewashing, but let's be honest. Like Donald Trump is a white supremacist. He doesn't need any more whitewashing. Donald Trump, like, it's really, really awful that all these years later, people are still like, no, he's totally relatable. Look, see, Jimmy Fallon rustled his hair. Wow, humanizing him, or you know what? I prefer the term orange washing. There we go.
I'm curious, Ryan, what you made of Michael's answer about like essentially predatory capitalism or the excesses of it.
Yeah, there's a good book on this subject that was actually controversial among some feminists at the time by Elizabeth Warren and her daughter. You probably read it, called the two-income trap, and it was controversial because it suggested there are, like as you said, there are some who would say no, like both parents ought to be, both parents ought to be in the workforce. Like there shouldn't be a choice necessarily, because if there is a choice, then the patriarchy is going to dominate and the woman's going to be pushed out of that. What Elizabeth Warren pointed out in her book is that what we did is we reduced wages along the way. We drove up the cost of doing all this. We broke up families in a way that there wasn't the same help from aunts and uncles and grandmothers and grandparents in raising a family. So all of a sudden now you have less money, less family help, and two of you are now working for the same amount of wages. And it shouldn't surprise anybody that out of that comes just complete collapse in people's happiness and well-being, even as quality.
You know, this Ryan Grimm guy, he's really cooking.
Life by all other measures is growing. That we're living in better houses. There's more access to food, more access to clean water, environment.
But think about that. I mean, I love this point because yes, I agree with that analysis pretty much entirely. I just love this point where they say, yeah, so people are working all the time and they're making way less money for their work and their families are falling apart and they're getting married later and they can't have kids and they can't really do anything. But their quality of life's so much better on all the other measures. You think, well, on everything that matters, their quality.
That's literally the Republican argument. That's the Republican argument. That's your argument, man. Whenever it is pointed out that like people don't have enough free time and are too stressed out and are working too much, like inevitably a conservative is like, well, you have air conditioning and a refrigerator, so technically you are more wealthy than a medieval peasant. And it's like, oh man, I'm getting vertigo from his rhetorical gymnastics here.
Quality of life is worse. I guess now they have an iPad, so that's nice. But other
Right,
than
yeah.
that, it looks like the quality of life is diminished.
I think the points are in concert, because what you're saying is like, despite the fact that like if you look at like an average house, just the house itself, the average house today versus the average house in 1955, like houses are much nicer, cars are much nicer, like things are much nicer. Yet people are still like suffering, you know, in a much more significant way. What I'd say is like everybody ought to be working 20 hours a week.
20?
Yeah.
20?
Yeah, let's start with 20 and see how that goes. Like there's
Hell yeah, Ryan, let's go. Get paid a living wage off of 20 hours per week of work. Let's go. Unironically. That is where it should be. At least right now. I think we can do even better than 20, but you know what? Let's start with 20. Do you know how much better your quality of life would be? Like each one of you watching your life would exponentially improve if you only had 20 hours of work to do per week. You could spend more time with your family, spend more time with your friends. You could actually go out and do stuff. You could focus on your like physical health. You could do so many things.
There's not that much work to be done. We don't actually all need to be driving ourselves into the ground like.
Well, Celestial Heart, they're not talking about 20 hours a day. They're talking about 20 hours a week.
So Ryan, I actually agree. I just having worked at businesses, a number of businesses now,
You don't need 40 hours to do that job.
Even
Holy shit, that's savage, dude. Holy shit, dude. You know Michael Knowles isn't working 40 hours a week. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. And the thing is, Ryan delivers these in such a matter-of-fact tone. It can easily fly under Michael Knowles' radar.
Just 60% of the time, people are kind of just twiddling their thumbs and popping zins and like going to the coffee break. So yes, I agree. The question is though, I remember when this issue came up during the Obamacare debates, Nancy Pelosi, that was Freudian slip. Nancy Pelosi was asked what people would do with all the extra time that they had now that they didn't have to work to keep their health insurance. And she said, well, you know, they can write poetry or they can go take an art class. I think
let them do that. Yeah, well, like why are you pointing? Why are you saying that that's bad?
You know, actually, that's great. Most people are not very good poets, and most people aren't that good at art, and so
yeah, most people are not that good at art, right, Michael? Yeah, most people aren't that good at art. It's true.
What the fuck, Nicole?
It's not what you think.
Not what I think. Are you fucking your brother?
No!
What? Oh, I like it when you're rough with me, pretty lady. Hmm? You asshole! Guys, quit it! This is some serious shit! You're fucking right, it's serious shit! God, I think you broke my nose! I'm gonna do fucking worse than that. What are you gonna say? I hit you because you have an incest with your sister? I'm adopted, remember? That makes it better! Guys, shut the fuck up. 30 days. Guys, we're almost there. Fuck. God, this is so gay. This is just too surreal for me.
Anyway.
The question then becomes,
you know, maybe if Michael Knowles only worked 20 hours a week, he could become a better actor.
Those people can play softball, they can do basket weaving, like they can do things that are like enjoyable.
What the fuck is this? Oh, that was a segment of Michael Knowles' acting reel.
And meaningful. They can volunteer.
It's an actual acting job he had.
What's summing up some of our disagreement, but oddly kind of agreement, is on this point of the realignment. it used to be that the left talked about the common good and the Republicans just talked about individualism and making money and, driving up GDP. And now it seems like it's kind of flipped. You hear the Republicans, especially the conservatives and the Catholic conservatives, speaking constantly about the common good. And it's the left talking about radical individualism, to choose one's own gender, to have an abortion, to do this, to do that, to leave the family, to do whatever. And I think it's important to care for the common good. And when you talk about what people would do, I think it would be nice. I think something people are yearning for is to feel like we're doing something together, that we're all kind of in it together. We have a common purpose as Americans. Barack Obama said this on the campaign trail the other day. He said, when did we become so nasty and divided? We need to be much more unified. Well, I think if you're debating which side to vote for in this election, and you rightly recognize that we're divided, we don't have common purpose, and we don't know what we're going to do, this go around, at least, it's the Republicans who are talking about the common good and a common purpose and unity. It's the Democrats who are totally ignoring.
That is absolutely not true. Michael, your candidate for president just like a day ago called for the U.S. military to be used against anyone who disagrees with him, against U.S. citizens.
That. I think you should cast your votes accordingly.
Bernie Sanders is right. Yeah, he talks about the common good, and in a way that is like a representative of the best values.
I'll give a little credit to Bernie Sanders. A little credit to Bernie in the same way that Chesterton gave credit to George Bernard Shaw. Chesterton, a conservative Christian, was friends with George Bernard Shaw, who was an atheist socialist. And he said, George Bernard Shaw is a man with a very great heart, but his heart is in the wrong place. And that's
now, just a fun fact here, by the way. This is a tweet from yesterday. This is JD Vance saying, "What a patriot." And the post is currently unavailable, but I need to let you all know that the original post was of a Trump supporter who was approached by poll workers telling her that she couldn't wear political merchandise to vote. And in response to that, she began screaming obscenities, ripped her shirt off, and voted in her underwear. And that, I think, is really where we're at when it comes to Republicans wanting, everyone to work together.
That's what I'd say about Bernie Sanders. The man does have a great heart, and he's like kind of trying to get at something, but it's totally in the wrong place, so he ends up a commie, which is not good, because that's a pale imitation of the true common good.
And thus we have reached the impasse between Ryan Grim and Michael Knowles.
And I Googled strumpet.
Oh, you had to Google strumpet?
I thought I kind of had heard that word before.
Deployed accurately. Yeah, that'll be the title of your next book, Michael.
Right.
Or new Daily Wire documentary.
My new candle.
I like Ryan Grim a lot because he's talked openly about coming from like a working class background, and like sometimes it comes through in conversations like this, and I find it charming.
Not beating the charges that like the obsession with abortion is actually about, just pushing back on feminism.
Feminism is bad. We're not pushing back on abortion because we don't like feminism. We don't like feminism in part because of abortion. They're overlapping issues, but they're different. But feminism's bad. It's made women miserable, and we should cut it out. Because the reason is it's wrong about human nature.
Well,
and Michael Knowles has such a good handling on human nature. I mean, did you see his acting reel? He understands the human spirit.
Yeah, I mean, we could do another hour on that, actually.
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well.
Couple dudes debating feminism.
Yeah,
yes, that's what we need.
Well, what I'll do is I'll serve you guys drinks, and you guys will hash it out.
Couple dudes and Emily, and we'll figure out.
Light our cigars.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Well, Michael Knowles, host of the Michael Knowles Show. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be with you both. Thank you very much.
Michael Knowles is such a demon. Anyway, a massive amount of respect for Ryan Grim for being able to handle that so well. He did such a good job. Why is he on a news show? I don't know. Counterpoints does it sometimes. I think that like Counterpoints has kind of like a similar setup to Breaking Points, where like they have the conservative and then they have like the left-leaning person. and they both get to invite people onto the show. I think that's kind of how it goes. Anyway, we made it. We did it, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs and don't knows. Because I rely on you guys to support the show. You are what allow me to get through month by month. Let's go. It's more shocking for the person who is shocking, having to deal with people who are all shocked, who normally act normal. True. Michael Knowles was giving Renfield the whole time. You know, I liked Renfield. It was a fun movie. Hi-yi-yi. How we doing, folks? Hey, Sabcat. Arguments about human nature are basically always stupid. True. Because they aren't based on anything. They're based on, like, anecdotal, like, observations, and that's it. Who was the girl? She wasn't conservative, was she? Because she was clearly having none of it either. Oh, she's hella conservative, Salmon Moose. Yeah. Yeah, she's written for the Federalist, Federalist Radio Hour. She's worked with the Young American Foundation. She wrote for the Washington Examiner. Yeah, the Telegraph. She's quite conservative. Yes, I would say. Yes, she is Sagar levels of super conservative. Yes. Her body language toward Knowles was hostile. I think she was trying to get out of the way from camera shots because they usually only have a 2-person show. All right, folks, I actually have to run. We only had time for like a 3-hour show today, and I gave you a 4-hour show because I was gone so long. But we're gonna raid out. I might do a late night stream of just like a video game, but we'll do that later. Let's raid into Oh, you know what? Let's raid into Rhizome. Let's get some people in Rhizome. He's covering that rally. Whew. And consider those subs and donos on the way out the door, folks. BRB. And by BRB, I mean be back later? Brazilian butt lift? I don't know. BBL. See you all next time. Do 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 do.